Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Checking, check.
Okay, we have quorum because the A team just walked in. Okay. Whenever ready. We're already almost 15 minutes behind, so let's get started. So good morning. Good morning, my name is Councilor Chris Moyes. I'm the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 16 to order. Welcome, everyone. Okay. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we are meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origin and descent. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members of the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. The clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item and number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on September 25th, 2024? Councillor Sachs, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda rundown or run through, may I have a motion to add new business items T 17.40 to T 17.58? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. We will now proceed with the rundown. And we'll start at T 17.17, changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Councillor Matlow, with that item?
Yes, I support the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried. T 17.18, encroachment appeal, 495. Deputy Mayor Malik is not here yet. We'll hold this item. T 17.19, encroachment appeal, 100 Queen's Park, Royal Ontario Museum, proposed manholes. Councillor Sachs?
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.20, 3524 Dundas Street West, construction staging area, time extension. Councillor Perks?
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T, I will hold 21 for Deputy Mayor Malik. T 17.22, construction staging area, 7 Hart House Circles. Councillor Sachs?
I move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.23, 30 Bond Street Construction Staging Area Amendment. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.24, maintenance of bike lanes around construction projects.
I have a motion.
Okay, what's the motion? Actually, I'm going to hold it. We'll hold the item. T 17.25, Market Street closure between Front Street East and the Esplanade. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.26, 7, 9, and 11 Crescent Place, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.27, accessible parking spaces, October 2024. Councillor Perks?
I'll move it.
All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.28, accessible parking spaces, October 2024. Councillor Sachs? Yes. All those in favor? Those carried. Item 29, there are speakers. T 1730, pay and display parking various streets. That's me. I'm going to move staff's rec.
You have a motion.
I have a motion, yes. I see that.
Was the van circulated this morning?
So, okay, van circulated. 30. It's on the screen?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the display. Where's AV?
I could hold this item if needed.
No, but I was saying it's not working, so it has nothing.
Okay, I will hold this item for a second.
Sorry, we're having some.
It's okay, we're having some technical issues. T 17.31, temporary adjustments to parking regulations and the extension of permit parking hours. Councilor Malik, you want to move that item, number 31?
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.32, temporary adjustments to traffic and parking regulations for 2024 Distillery Winter Village. Councilor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik.
And I have additional motions.
Got it. We have a speaker, so we have.
Okay, we'll hold this item. T 17.33, extension of permit parking hours, Mutual Street, that's me. I have a motion, but it's not working, right? So I will hold that item. T 0.34 and 35, they're speakers. T 17.36, parking amendments, Mayfield Avenue, Councilor Perks.
Oh, do we have speakers on 34?
This is 36.
Oh, 34. Oh, sorry.
36.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.37, appointment of fill a vacancy on the Cecil Community Council Center Board of Management. Councilor Sachs?
I move staff recommendations.
Opposed? Carried. T 17.38, appointments to the 519 Church Street Community Center Board of Management. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Was carried. 39 has speakers. T 17.4 is 40, permit parking amendments and various
Introduce.
and variances. Annette Street, Council Perks.
I have to hold this. We're waiting for technical adjustment from staff.
Okay. T 17.41, Crawford Street Community Safety Zone, Deputy Mayor Malik. 41.
It's your letter.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Those carried. T 17.42, loading zone on Wellington Street West. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.43, permanent park amendments, Windmer Street. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.44, speed limit reduction, Adelaide Street West between Shaw Street and Bathurst Street. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.45, turn prohibitions, driveway servicing the Metro Toronto Convention Center located at the intersection of Front Street West and John Street. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.46, speed hump installation, Luther Avenue between Brunswick Avenue and Avenue Road. Councilor Sachs. Item 46.
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.47, speed hump installation, Manning Avenue between Bloor Street West and Barton Avenue. Councilor Sachs.
I move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.48, exclusion of development located in Regent Park from permit parking. 48. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in my favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.49, implementing traffic calming in Regent Park. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.50, parking amendments, St. Joseph Street. I'm going to move recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.51, speed hump installation, Granby Street between Sherrod Street and Church Street. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.52, speed hump installation, McGill Street between did I just do that one? No, that's another one. Sherrod Street and Church Street. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.53, Kingston Road and Columbine Avenue, traffic control signals. Councilor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.54, Main Street Park Amendments. Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.55, Park Amendments, Nursewood Road. Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.56, Park Amendments, Wakunda Place. Councilor Bradford.
Yep, I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.57, traffic calming, Norway Avenue between Lee Avenue and Elmer Avenue. Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.58, traffic calming, Queensdale Avenue between Coxwell Avenue and Wellington Avenue. Councilor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I'm just going to go back. I held I'm just going back to T 17.18, encroachment appeal, 495 to 517 Wellington Street West, proposed ground sign. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to defer this item to the December meeting of the Toronto and East York Community Council.
Okay, do I need a motion for that?
We have a motion. Let me try to see if we can get that. To defer, we're deferring. Item 18. Yeah, sorry. No, that's okay. I just read to 18. Yeah, we need to defer. Okay, okay. Okay.
Does it have to be?
Okay,
Does it have to be displayed?
we don't have to be displayed, we're gonna just do it for
Okay.
December, so it's fine.
We're going to defer this item to the December meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.21, 31 and 33 Parliament Street Construction Staging Area. Deputy Malik?
This is Parliament Street?
Yes.
Yeah. I'd also like to defer this item to the December meeting.
Okay. Motion to defer to December. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're a little ahead of time. Are we able to display anything yet?
I can also, 17.3,
Sorry?
17.13.
1-3.
Oh, it's timed.
So we have items 1 and 2 that were scheduled for 9:30. They are just naming a public laneway, so we can do those if you wish.
Okay. Okay, can I go ahead and do those?
You can do those, yeah, 'cause
Okay.
they're for 9.
T 17.1, naming of an existing public lane north of Bloor Street West, extending between Albany Avenue and Holland Avenue. Councilor Sachs?
Yeah.
Item 1.
Yes, I move I move approval.
All those in
I'm sorry.
favor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Opposed? Carried.
Yeah.
T 17.2, naming of an existing public lane north of Queen Street East, extending between Balsam Avenue and Spruce Hill Road. Councilor Bradford?
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before you go on, I missed one item. So 17.15, I know there are deputants. I don't know if there's anybody here. I did tell both the applicants and the neighbors that I would be deferring it today because I haven't had an opportunity to meet yet. But I would like to know if there's anybody sitting here. You know, I'd like to give them the option of either deputing today and then we're going to defer the matter, or we're just going to defer the matter. I did tell them all it was going to be deferred. I did ask if there was anybody here, but if there is somebody here, I don't want to waste their time.
Okay, we can't get to this item until 10:30, but thank you for the heads up.
Okay, thank you. Are you, Wendy?
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock, so we can start with the timed item for 10. So TE 17.3, 100 to 104 Beverly Street zoning bylaw amendment decision report. We do have speakers on this item. Pearl Kwong, are you here? Yeah. You have 5 minutes to depute before community council.
Hi, my name is Pearl Kwong. I reside at 33 Sullivan Street. I'm not opposed to the development. I did want to speak to parking. I was reading in the notes that there were 6 parking spaces that are being removed, and I wanted to clarify that although it's a 6-car garage at the back, one of those spaces was passed through so additional cars could park in behind the garage. So with the 9 current units, there was available parking on a 1-to-1 basis. And now they're removing parking, and so I'm just asking with the intensity of street parking need in the area that these addresses be excluded from the street parking permit, so that it's, you know, they're now more than doubling the units and having 0 parking.
Yeah, that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker, any questions for deputant? Okay. The next speaker is Martin Randall. Are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Martin Rendell. I'm a planner. I'm the agent for the owner and the applicant on this application. I'd like to start by stating our full support for the planning staff recommendation. I also noted this morning there's a letter of support from More Neighbors to Toronto endorsing the planning staff recommendation. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank planning staff for the work we've done together to bring this application before you today. In terms of the application, there's an existing 9-unit rental apartment building on the property. The proposal is to add in a building behind it 12 purpose-built rental units, including 2- and 3-bedroom units, as well as an accessible unit, so that we will have, in the entire complex of 21 units, 52% of the units will be 2- and 3-bedroom units. In terms of the previous deputant's comment about parking, many properties in this area do not have on-site parking. I've checked with city staff. There are permits available on the street, as is the practice throughout the city in terms of areas like this that have a parking situation such as this. As members of council know, council recently amended the zoning bylaw to not require a minimum amount of parking spaces for new development for a whole series of reasons around sustainability and discouraging auto ownership, etc. This application builds on that, as do many others in the city. There was a comment from the Grange Association about this requiring the closure of a bike lane on Beverly. That's not the case. There is no construction on the Beverly side. That's the existing building. All the construction will be staged through the public lane at the rear, and that is outlined in the construction management plan that we've submitted, which is also a matter for a future site plan control application. The Grange Association also expressed a concern about this having an impact on the operation of the lane. In fact, there is no link vehicular between this property and the lane, so nothing interferes with the lane. The greater current disruption to the lane comes from the trucking and warehousing operation immediately to the west on the lane that creates issues on the lane. In summary, I think it's, with great respect, a pretty straightforward application. It hits all the bases of city's recent planning policy in terms of more purpose-built rental housing. This is the downtown. This is within a major transit station area. We have 2 streetcar lines, 2 subway stations, and 1 future subway station, all within prescribed walking distance of it. As a planner, I think this is, again, doing everything that council's planning policies are intended to provide, especially in this location in the downtown, in a highly transit accessible area. I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify any points if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Deputy Malik?
Yeah, thank you very much. I do have a question for staff. I guess just picking up on the first deputant's request, what provisions have been made for parking? And what I heard was the request to just be able to access on-street parking appropriately for the residents. And can you speak to that a little bit?
Through the chair, yes, right now, we're not recommending restricting this proposal from, or excluding it from on-street permit parking. Given the scale, we don't really think the impact is going to be considerable in that regard.
Just to confirm that the residents in the units that were mentioned will be able to access on-street parking without any concern? That's correct. And through the permit process?
That's correct, yes.
And have any other considerations been made around the parking that's impacted through this development?
Not to my knowledge, sorry.
All right. I just have 2 more questions on the items that were raised. The local neighborhood association has raised concerns regarding the lack of green space when it comes to the plans that have been put forward. And can you speak to some of the opportunities to address this?
Through the chair, we're working with the applicant to provide some additional landscaping in the front. We're just working out some utilities beneath the area we'd like to see landscape.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that. And there has been concerns raised for things like the bike lane. And will there be an opportunity, a feedback process to address concerns like that?
Through the chair, they have submitted a construction management plan, which we will review more thoroughly through the site plan control process.
So just on that piece on the site plan, it's good to hear. The construction management plan, is it being approved alongside this report, or is that something to be discussed as part of the process as we move forward?
So through the chair, the construction management plan is not part of the approval process for this rezoning package. It will be looked at more thoroughly. So things like traffic mitigation, noise and dust, staging, those types of things will be addressed through the site plan control process through the construction management plan.
And that includes engagement with neighbors as that comes together?
So that's currently not a component of the construction management plan, but certainly given the nature of this application, the small scale nature of it, I'm sure that's something that we can arrange.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Those are my questions.
Okay. And Deputy
I'll
Mayor?
speak to it as well.
You want to speak to it? Okay, go ahead.
And I appreciate everyone who has reached out to us on this item, and definitely have been speaking to neighbors about this. And I do have a motion. City Council request development review staff explore opportunities to secure further soft landscaping, particularly in the front yard, including through the site plan control approval process. And the proposal in front of us is a strong example to help us address the housing crisis in the city, while also, appreciating and being very conscious of the culture and the community in the neighborhood. This is what we might call gentle density, especially in our downtown. And the local residents association has shared a very understandable concern regarding the lack of green space, and this motion looks to address that concern while also beautifying the public realm. And the concern that was also brought forward regarding the construction management plan, while it won't be addressed today, we will focus on ensuring that there is safety and respect for the neighbors as this is moving forward, with a focus on ensuring that things like safe cycle passage is a priority in that planning. And with the improved landscaping, the reassurance to neighbors and residents about the access to on-street parking, and the additional greening, I will be supporting this application. And of course, as always, looking forward to welcoming additional housing options in our downtown.
Thank you. All those in favor of moving the motion as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is T 17.4, 555 University Avenue, 110 Elm Street, and 170 to 180 Elizabeth Street official plan amendment. We have two speakers on this item. Josh Kohler, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. My name's Josh Kohler. I'm a senior planner at Urban Strategies. I'm the planning consultant and applicant for Sick Kids Hospital. Just wanted to voice our support for the official plan amendment before you and our appreciation of a truly collaborative process working with staff on this. Sick Kids has been going through the Ministry of Health's capital planning process for an exciting new development on the site, much needed healthcare space in the health sciences precinct in the downtown. And through that process, we identified with the amount of space that Sick Kids needs, that we were going to butt up against heritage view protection policies from City Hall. This is an item I dealt with on the patient support center that's now occupied and above ground as well. So we understand these policies well and how they apply to Sick Kids site. And in this case, I think this OPA before you strikes the right balance between allowing Sick Kids to grow in place on their campus and doing our very best to mitigate and minimize impacts to those important heritage views as well. So I see this as striking the right balance, a really important compromise, and it was a very collaborative, great process working with city staff on this. You know, we are at partway through the Ministry of Health capital planning process. So doing this official plan amendment now, before we're at kind of a zoning level of detail, allowed us to identify this kind of threshold matter that needed to be resolved so that the project continue to move forward with certainty and understanding of city support, kind of removing what could be a perceived risk to the project. So it's really important to us. We will be back here before you with much more detail in the zoning bylaw amendment in the future. I look forward to that opportunity. Don't want to take up too much time on this, given that there's a recommendation for approval here. Just wanted to say thank you and let you know that I'm here. My client is here if you have any questions about the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Kyle Robinson. Representing the Hospital for Sick Children. You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Robinson. I'm the Chief Redevelopment and Sustainable Facilities Officer at Sick Kids Hospital, Hospital for Sick Children. Just really here to say thank you to the city planning team, as Josh mentioned, for the collaboration and all their support through this. This project is massively important to Sick Kids Hospital in regards to our redevelopment and really refreshing our hospital and moving forward in our strategy for precision child health, but also continue to provide the best health care for children within Toronto, but also across the province and Canada. So once again, really more here to say thank you to the city and that planning team for really being supportive throughout this whole initiative as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Robinson?
I just want to say we all know how important sick kids are. Certainly I am, I'm sure among many other people in this room who owe a personal debt to the hospital, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs? Councillor Sachs?
No questions of staff, no.
You want to move something? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 17.5, 90 to 110 Eglinton Avenue East, official plan and zoning and bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. Jerry Burschultz. You here? 5 minutes.
Close. The name is hard to pronounce. My name is Jerry Berholtz, and I'm the co-chair of the Republic Residents Association, and we are also known as the RRA. We represent the interests of people who reside in the vertical community at the south end of the northeast quadrant of Yonge and Eglinton. In the past, the RRA has met with the applicant, Madison Group, with city planning and our councillor to give our input on this proposal. We appreciate their willingness to take our concerns and suggestions into account in the design of this development. We are pleased to see that 2 mid-block connections are included in the proposed design, since this is a high priority for our neighborhood. We are encouraged by the creative, open, and engaging spaces that are being proposed in both plans and would like to ensure that as much as possible, they include sustainable, spongy landscaping and trees. We assume that these spaces will be POPs and that they will be maintained by the developer. We support the inclusion of affordable housing in the 90-110 Eglinton plan, and we await a clearer definition of that term. We appreciate the consideration given to the attractive and distinctive architecture and the unique materiality being proposed. Going forward, we would like to ensure the following. Number 1, there will be a commitment from the developer to engage in regular communication with area residents via the RRA to ensure that construction is managed safely and ensure that bylaws are followed, that noise and dust is contained, and that the livability of the neighborhood is respected. Secondly, the construction staging will not take up road or sidewalk space since this area is already densely populated and still in the process of recovering from LRT construction. The road has also recently been repaved after major upheaval of Metrolinx's interminable efforts. Number 3, in planning waste and disposal areas, please ensure that trucks will be able to enter within the building to pick up waste and recycling and not use our public roads or an open driveway for this purpose. Fourth, that attractive hoarding will be erected in a timely manner and be maintained throughout construction. And finally, that heat reflective materials will be used whenever possible. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Bob Murphy, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many of the tenants and businesses on Eglinton have endured great deprivations for so many years and will never get to see the promised benefits of the LRT in the new public realm? Both sprawl and this extreme density must be considered in the context of product liability. The former Liberal government knew that these densities would have adverse effects on communities. That's why they enacted Section 15 of the Places to Grow Act, giving themselves blanket immunity against all liabilities arising from bad planning. When Midtown in Focus was at Planning and Growth in 2018, I raised the matter of sewers. The chair asked the sewer engineer, who replied, "We're okay now, but with more density or a lot of rain, we don't know." These extremes could cause problems as far south as Summerhill and Cottingham. The developer may believe he has eluded his agreement to replace lost office space with it coming into force October 20th of the new provincial policy statement, which includes apparently the revocation of OPA 231. Policy 2.2.1A of the new PPS instructs that local planning authorities shall establish minimum targets for housing that is affordable to low and moderate income communities. This is not a direction for public social housing, but this developer certainly seems to gravitate to the word minimum. This proposal in its entirety has 156,624.1 square meters of condo and 4,595 square meters of affordable rental units in lieu of office replacement requirements. If they want to build affordable rental in lieu of its agreement to replace office units, it must provide both the minimum as prescribed in the PPS plus more affordable space to compensate for this office space that is not being replaced. Or does the elimination of office replacement bring this application below the requirement of 160 jobs per hectare required along LRT routes by policy 2.4.2.2 of the PPS? They cannot include 120 Eglinton in their calculation because that would project their obligation onto someone else. And policy 2.4.2.2 PPS is of greater force than the former OPA 231. When the Bank of Canada has inflation rate slightly below 2%, TD has housing inflation as high still as 6% because of escalating rents. The mayor, the premier, pledged during the pandemic we'd come back stronger than ever. This premier is directly responsible for continuing problems with inflation with his indulgence of land speculation, including throughout the pandemic. It is intensification itself that has fueled inflation in housing by setting off a condo developer feeding frenzy, which begins by buying land at speculative prices. As authority, I cite Patrick Condon, planner, professor at UBC, and author of Broken City, Land Speculation, Inequality, and Urban Crisis. Condon notes that Vancouver has tripled its total number of housing units, yet has the highest housing costs in North America. He said the superinflation is in defiance of the simple notion of supply and demand. In this case, supply is not directed at demand because there is artificial demand from offshore speculators and even money launderers. Federal and provincial authorities are shirking in their duty to put a stop to the abuses in what is our most essential commodity of all. Adam Smith is cited on landowners absorbing too much of the earnings of wage earners and entrepreneurs. In Kitchener OPA 58, the Human Rights Tribunal and the OMB said in 2010, although provincial planning policy may be reduced to a glib focus on intensification, that overlooks the fact that the relevant policies must all be considered in their entirety. The growth plan, which may not exist anymore, does not confer property rights. It merely expresses a provincial priority,
10 seconds.
Be that real, imagined, or misplaced. This application is without merit. It is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Christina Glass, Madison Group. I also see Kevin McEwen here from Madison Group. Perhaps you could have a joint presentation, save us all time.
We're just gonna.
Okay, go. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Sure. So thank you very much for hearing us today. My name is Kevin McEwen. This is my colleague, Christina Glass. We are the applicants and represent Madison on this file. Next slide, please. So this is a joint application. These are two sites. We're going to have a joint presentation, and the other site is actually next on the council. So we'll save you a little bit of time here as well. So 90 to 110 and 150 to 164 Eglinton Avenue East are side by side, located between Redpath and Yonge Street on the north side of Eglinton. Next slide, please. These two sites have had a very long history working with Councillor Matlow, and actually start with single tower approvals on each site, which then through additional land acquisition grew to two tower sites. We made our latest submission for 90 to 110 back in 2022, and following that submission, both the councillor and planning staff encouraged Madison to take it back to the drawing board and look at a more comprehensive, holistic master plan for these two sites. Given that they create a large swath of Eglinton and have an opportunity to do something very special, we were excited with that challenge and ended up bringing on a world-renowned architect, Raphael Vanoli from New York. And I think where this really got very interesting and very exciting for us as well as staff is that Raphael's vision has always been to open up the ground floor plane and open up community space, public realm, instead of building large podiums and filling the space with buildings. And I think that aligns with where the councillor and staff were hoping we would go. We then took a 14 to 16 month process of design workshops and design charrettes with staff, meeting regularly with our architecture team, and came to a very unique proposal, which you see in front of you today. Following those design charrettes, we then had a number of community consultations and meetings to present our design and receive any more feedback, which then translated to our most recent submission, and here we are today. We'll start with 90 to 110. So 90 to 110 are two towers, 58 and 58 stories. As the previous speakers mentioned, we have about 50,000 square feet of affordable housing here, which is approximately 67 units, and about 1,300 market units. Next slide, please. So for presentation purposes, we've really simplified the ground floor plan here, just to show how much of the space will be open to public realm. And we'll get into some of these details in a minute, but we're very excited because we've worked with our design team to bring in all of the best parts of Midtown. So we have places for children, places for seniors, places for office workers. We have an amphitheater that can be programmed for events. We have outdoor dining opportunities, all while providing greenery, plantings, and very high-quality public realm. Next slide, please. This is just a shot just showing where the affordable housing will be located in the building. Next slide, please. And then we move over to 150 Eglinton Avenue East, 150 to 164. And like I said, that is the next item on your docket. This building is 61 and 61. While the buildings are the same height, geodetic height, they are just slightly different in the number of stories, but same general GFA and density counts. Next slide, please. The outdoor public realm here is actually a little larger, but it's slightly different. But this also provides a mid-block connection up to Roehampton, and we're working with our neighbors on both sites to make sure that we are integrating those mid-block connections with proper elevation, so there's no steps, there's no accessibility challenges. We're going to try to use the same materiality, so it's quite consistent. And to address one of the points from Jerry, all of our loading, all of our trucking, all of our garbage is being brought down to P1, which allows us to open up the ground floor plane. This is a huge engineering challenge. You can imagine bringing a garbage truck down a ramp. It's very challenging, but it allows us to provide this public space, which obviously the councilor and the staff wanted. So if we keep moving, please. These are just a couple of really interesting shots of where we see this this center and this design going. We really want to emphasize the greenery, the ability for people to enjoy the space, come to the space, not just make a walkway. Hold there, please. Not just make a walkway to go to Roehampton, but a destination and a place for the pedestrians. And we also are really excited to create a bit of a children's play area at the 90 to 110 Eglinton Avenue site. So I'll stop it there. I know I can see I'm out of time.
Well, you have 5 minutes each, so
okay.
Giving you time.
Well, I'll just use our last few seconds just to say thank you so much to all the staff, as well as the councilor's office in working with us and working through these two challenging sites. We're very excited by the end result, and we agree and accept the request from Jerry earlier, and we'll be working with the councilor's office as well as the community throughout the construction process of this project.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Mark Richardson. He's online. Mark, are you there? Housing Now, TO.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Mark.
Is it possible for me to share a slide?
I don't need to hear what.
Sorry, you need to speak up, Mark, and you want screen sharing?
Can you hear me okay? And can
Yes,
I share a slide? And Councillor Perks, you do want to hear what I have to say, I promise you. Okay, don't worry about the screen sharing. I'll just speak to the item. I'll be sending a letter in support. Our HousingNowTO.com civic tech and affordable housing volunteers from Toronto and East York have actively watched the city planning process for the property at 90 to 110 Eglinton Avenue East over the last few years, and we fully support the project as it is presented to you today. In particular, we would like to draw attention to the fact that this official plan amendment will secure the provision of 4,500 meters, almost 50,000 square feet of net new affordable housing in lieu of a portion of the required office space replacement should the office space not be replaced. And that work will be conveyed at nominal cost to a not-for-profit operator located in either Block 1 or whichever development is developed first. These net new affordable rental apartments will have access to the full residential amenities of the building and will only be required to pay 33% of the ongoing monthly maintenance condo fees for the full 99-year period of affordability. This is a great deal. You're getting a 60%, almost a 70% discount on the condo fees. This will deliver approximately 67 net new affordable rental apartments in a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. It will be delivered as a single stratified parcel to a nonprofit provider on the lowest floors of the new towers, which will deliver almost 100 net new affordable rental bedrooms. The OPA agreement is equivalent to 20% of the office space to affordable rental housing conversion value. and that would normally be required for an office gross floor area replacement if the old out-of-date city planning policies around office retention were enforced on this site. This is an excellent deal. We would encourage all city councilors and city planners to use this affordable rental agreement at 90-1 10th Avenue East as a repeatable template for future office employment conversions to residential apartment agreements, and to also transparently share the terms and conditions of each of these individual agreements as both a standalone PDF report in TMS, but also as a trackable, standardized open data format shared on the City of Toronto's open data portal. Our only piece of agreement-specific advice on this proposal would be to draw your attention to the possible tax implications of the conveyance of the affordable rental housing in Section 8 of the terms of reference that are attached to this letter. That comes from the staff report. 8D says the owner or nonprofit housing provider shall be responsible for all applicable land transfer taxes associated with the conveyance of the affordable rental housing units to the city or to the not-for-profit provider, and that any waivers or fees or charges will be in accordance with applicable legislation. The nonprofit housing provider may apply for property tax exemptions for the affordable rental housing units and other incentives from the city. So let me explain our concern. Our volunteers would encourage the city to work with your CFO, MPAC, the provincial and federal governments, and the CRA to ensure that these kinds of nominal value transfers of condominium strata blocks to a not-for-profit affordable rental housing partner do not trigger any land transfer tax payments to the province or any HST payments based on the full market value, which in this case is about $37 million in 2024 dollars, of the residential property being transferred from the developer to the nonprofit association. We would also encourage city councilors to enable and encourage these kinds of redevelopments in their wards to facilitate the creation of net new affordable housing units within larger market rate developments within major transit station areas. We're only going to solve our housing crisis if we play nice with market developers. They are not the enemy. They are our colleagues and our co-workers on solving our housing crisis. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions that councilors or city staff may have on affordable housing development best practices on how to make the most effective use of transit-oriented lands to alleviate Toronto's rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow.
Just into the motion.
Yep. Whatever, if you want to speak to it or whatever.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I'm going to approve support the staff recommendations and just say a few words of gratitude. Rarely am I actually this excited and proud of a development application. I'm proud of my community, Jerry and the RRA. I know residents associations sometimes have a reputation of simply opposing applications. They will challenge what they substantively have concerns about, but they will equally be supportive of what they are convinced of is good for the community. And in this case, they have the courage to be here to demonstrate support for something that will leave us better than they found us. And I really appreciate the work on this, along with very clear and helpful suggestions that Jerry made that will make both the development better, but also life better for the community during what is always a difficult construction process, which they have my commitment to work very closely with them on. I want to thank planning staff for doing just a really good job on ensuring that the site, working with Madison, works together and works well. The mid-block connections to Roehampton is going to make it a more walkable community. If you know our area, between Yonge Street and Mount Pleasant, or to Redpath at least, is an incredibly long block. And this will be a game changer for how we get around our neighborhood. The public realm, like for those of us who, like I lived in New York City years ago, and I remember like visiting Rockefeller Center with my family, and how that enormous open space with the skating rink and the Christmas tree lighting and the animation of that space was such a benefit to the community, and they are creating such a remarkable open space in this POPs that, again, this will leave us better than they found us. I want to thank Madison Group for their vision. There are many developers who will admit that, especially given how difficult the industry has found the rate hikes, obviously up until recently, but they've had a very difficult time over the past few years, that often design is cut because it's too expensive. Madison Group has leaned into design. They intentionally went down to New York and met with Raphael Vanoli, brought on this world-renowned architect. And sadly, Raphael died recently and will not be able to see the fruition of his vision. This will be the last of his projects. But this is going to be a beautifully designed set of buildings, a beautifully designed public realm. And again, coming down to what these applications are tested by our community, it's not always the height, it's not always the density. The question is, are you leaving us better than you found us? And in this case, the question is clearly and unequivocally yes, and I'm very happy to support it. By the way, I just want to add the affordable housing component too. Thank you to Madison for being so open to working with us on that too.
Yeah, 99 years, that's a long time. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you. The next item, which it's 2.0 here. T 17.6, 150 to 164 Eglinton Avenue East and 134 to 140 Redpath Avenue. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Bob Murphy, did you want to speak to this again? You don't have to. Go ahead.
There's this thing that has been said over the last 15 years. We need to build up, not out, to fight sprawl. And that's what at the first meeting for the Minto Towers, that's what the architect lectured us. But building up, not out, doesn't do a thing about the thousands of commuter cars coming in to Toronto every day. At a meeting of the Lytton Park Residents Organization, a staff member from the city's climate change office came and showed us a graph that told us something we already knew, that the only appreciable drop in emissions was in the spring of 2020 when there was no daily commute. The problem we have with climate change is all the cars that are coming. I had to take a trip out to Coburg on a dog bite case, and I was astounded at the line of cars coming into Toronto every day. A carbon tax will not change their behavior because they have no means of changing their behavior. That our priorities have to be put at. In fact, I heard it just yesterday that we need to densify the long lines of deep lots of suburban arterial strip malls that are big enough to provide all the housing we need and will change the suburbs so they are not car dependent, so that real rapid transit is a realistic and dependable alternative. And when we say we need that, if we don't want to build a Highway 413, we have to build dependable transit wherever they're building the housing. And people are not going to be buying a condo at Yonge and Eglinton because they can't get people are not buying mega houses on the Oak Ridges Moraine because they can't find a condo at Yonge and Eglinton. So we have to build the transit out there. In fact, in 1977, the Crombie Council recommended that the next east-west transit line should be north of the 401. And if we had done that, we'd be in a lot better situation today. That aside from everything else, we must wonder, what is the capacity of this Eglinton LRT when we can put 370 floors at Redpath? There's more condos at Bayview. There's more condos at Leslie. There's the massive project at Don Mills Road, which is 6 high-rise towers, 4 mid-rise, and a couple of hundred townhouses. And you think they're not going to drive their cars? Will they be able to get on that LRT? When they get to Yonge Street, will they be able to get on the subway? Because the plan for what we used to call the relief line is now called the Ontario line, is they're putting more density along that line too. That the policies we are pursuing is we are going to crowd we think because we're building a transit line, we can put more density on it than that line can hold. We may need to start looking at what is the capacity of this rinky-dink Eglinton LRT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Christina Glass and Kevin McCowan again. Do you want to speak to this item again? Well, not again, but.
It's a staff items.
Yeah.
I'll be very brief. The only thing I'll say to this is there was one submission from one of our neighbors with some questions and concerns. We met with them yesterday, and I believe our team submitted a clearance from that neighbor saying that all their concerns have been addressed, and that was given to planning staff, so there should be no other items on this file.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on Deputy? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow.
I move the recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 17.7. City initiated removal of Portland's, actually, Councilor Fletcher is not here, so I'm going to hold this item for her. T 17.8, 985 Woodbine Avenue, 2078, 2086, 2100, 2102, and 2106. Danforth Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. We do have speakers on this item. Stephen Wickens, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Can we hold off till we get the overhead set up?
Yeah, if you place your item on there, it should come on automatically, I believe. It's supposed to anyway. Here we go.
Okay, I'm here to add a few points to the Danforth East Community Association's statement, which I hope you'll all read. I'm co-chair of DECA's Visioning Committee, but today I'm speaking personally as someone who's spent more than 20 years trying to help ensure that a once declining Main Street is revived to its potential. It's notable that there's been relatively little fuss in the community about the unprecedented height of the building, the main building, and that's probably a good thing, maybe even a sign of neighborhood maturity. The tall building has been moved to the intersection since the previous plan submission. That's good too. And Councillor Bradford has secured additional affordable units, and we like that. But it sounds as if the plan is pretty well set, and that it may be too late to revisit the ground level proposals. And that would be a shame for a once in a century opportunity. One key to making greater density work in an urban community, and we just saw that with the Madison proposal, is to ensure that pedestrians have undisputed top priority and lots of reasons to be out on foot at different times of the day. In this case, priority is going to truck movements. That's the orange area. That's the on-site truck movements, and the blue is the truck movements out on the street. We're treating much of this site as if it were the backside of a suburban mall or a big box store. After nearly 60 years of using Cedarvale for truck access to this plan, this plan would have them come in off Strathmore instead, hence the waste of land on the surface and the potential conflict with TTC buses, which is the purple marks on there. I'm all ears, but I've yet to hear a convincing argument that Choice can't move the truck access underground like they did, like Madison did at the Eglinton projects there, and keep the access points onto Cedarvale Avenue. That could in turn free up privately owned public space at ground level and justify a mid-block break in an overly long wall of stores on Danforth. Shorter blocks are essential traits of vibrant pedestrian-friendly urban areas, and this particular area will need to employ all the available tools as it's slated to more than double in density under the major transit station area designation. That's what it looks like there. But even if such wishes cannot be granted at this stage, let's resolve to ensure that the other MTSAs and wards across the city don't repeat the mistakes in design and process. And to that point, I'd ask you to turn to page 5 of today's report, the third paragraph under summary. You'll see a claim that the proposed development site conforms with the city's official plan, including site and specific area policy 552, implementing segment 1 of the Danforth Avenue planning study. But if you go to policy 552, that doesn't appear to be the case at all. Sections 3.2 and 3.3 under public realm tells us mid-block connections should be pursued to provide better pedestrian access to transit stations, parks, and open spaces. Development will expand and enhance the area's network of parks by providing on and off-site parkland dedication. Actually, I'll save you the hassle of going to 552, that's on there. Section 772, which is site-specific, tells us the development will include a minimum land use mix of 20% that's non-residential. This plan offers 7.6. That it will include privately owned public accessible space with total size to be determined. That's not the case. Will provide a mid-block pedestrian connection within the site to provide convenient pedestrian access to Woodbine Station from Danforth Avenue. And as a quick kicker, if we had planned the ground level wisely, we might be able to take advantage of a mid-block subway entrance that was bricked over in 1968 when the streetcar loop was shut down. Somehow the heritage study for this development overlooked that potentially crowning feature. And anyway, I'll finish up. 20 years ago, Jane Jacobs had advice for East Danforth residents, and I can still hear her warning us to make sure that we don't blow it in reference to 2 key development sites. This is one of them.
Okay,
the other one is the TTC barns at Coxwell.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Christopher Haynes. Are you here? Christopher Haynes? Online? Oh, here he is, okay. You have 5 minutes.
I'm not sure if I'm going to finish in 5 minutes. Is it possible to request?
5 is all you have, so make it work. Okay, go ahead and start.
Okay, I guess I'll go as quickly as possible. So this original proposal was in 2019, and there was a community meeting at that time, and the community was aware of it. It was an in-person meeting. And a subsequent subsequent proposal was put in 2023.
You want to speak louder?
Oh, okay. Sorry. A subsequent proposal was put in 2023, and I'll just go back to the slide that shows the original notice. All right, so the public meeting in 2019 was held in person at church at Main and Danforth. Looking back, because I was unaware of that proposal at that time also, looking back on the city website, I can find no notes or outcome of that meeting, no action items. This is what the proposal was at the time. It was a 15-floor building at Woodbine and Danforth, and a 10-story building on Strathmore. It was not on the public site, but on private condo sites, that the makeup would be 402 condos and 14 rentals that we're carrying over from rentals that are currently there. So in all the communication, there's been really no discussion about the 80 parking spaces that are going to be removed that are currently at the corner of Strathmore and Cedarvale, along with the 44 green pea spaces that were recently taken from the development on Amroth for the missing middle development. So there's a comparison of the 2019 proposal and the 2023 proposal. The main building on Woodbine's gone from 15 to 35 stories. The percentage of bachelor apartments went from 14.4 to 20.9. Parking spaces went from 264 to 152. This sign was posted outside Value Mart on Danforth and a similar one on Woodbine. Down the bottom left corner, it says a public meeting. Meeting information will be posted on this sign when available. That was never done. And the public were, in my neighborhood, are totally unaware of the change in the development. Then that's probably the main reason I'm here. If you go to the city planning website, and this is current as of today, there's a reference to the 2019 meeting, but again, no material or outcome from the consultation at that time. I tried to find out, because I thought the meeting may be upcoming, I tried to find out, I went through quite a few steps to find out when the meeting would be, and it turns out that it had been held, I think that's a typo there, May 6th on 2024, in 2024. I received a call from the senior planner. We had a good long conversation, and he filled me in on a lot of the processes. And he sent me a link to the WebEx recording of the meeting, so I got to watch it. That WebEx isn't available to the public. There's no way you can search.
Sorry, you're at time.
What's that?
You're at time.
I'm only on slide 8, and I got 32.
Well, that's you can forward it to the committee.
So I'll tell you what,
there's nothing more I can do.
You're not giving me as a citizen any other opportunity than to deal with this through the media. So that's the only thing I can do. And I really.
Well, I know that they're public meetings, you can speak to your counselor.
I'm a look you in the eyes kind of person, and that, you know, it's just ridiculous. No one in my neighborhood knows about this project.
You are informed way in advance that you have 5 minutes.
I don't, not
Everybody,
really.
everyone here has 5 minutes.
When I got here. So I thought this would be in lieu. There's been no consultation on the last couple of.
Council Fletcher has a question for you.
Did you say, I'm just going to clarify because I'll ask planning. I don't know how long these WebExes are kept. So you've looked for it and you couldn't find the WebEx meeting online.
That's right. I guarantee you no one can find it if they're not sent the link.
I will ask the planners about that when, I'm sure Councilor
I'll have
Bradford
a copy of the
will.
rest of my presentation, and I would appreciate it if you read it. And some of you here, I have a lot of respect for. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hartley, are you here? Online? Be connected?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I start by saying I struggled with what I'm going to say about this development because it's one of many that are very unfortunately being rubber stamped, if you will, by the city. And we've created a really dysfunctional community and environment. And I thought of the precious words of dear old Nancy Reagan way back when she said in her inimicable way, just say no. This city is actually functionally bankrupt. If the measure of financial solvency is meeting your obligations in a timely fashion, we're a long way from that. We have huge deficits in housing, be it Toronto community housing, be it homeless. Apparently we can't even build enough shelter spaces anymore. We have transit problems actually right underneath this proposed development. We can't even maintain the subway so that it runs at full speed. We have recreation deficits. We have schooling deficits. We have huge deficits in parks. Sewers, we have flooding everywhere because we can't even maintain the sewers that we have that are actually grossly inadequate for the existing development that we have. Our water system, we pump phosphates into our pipes in violation of international treaties, mind you, because our pipes are so bad, they're deteriorating, and the phosphates help maintain some level of integrity. I'm a dedicated admirer of capitalism, but uncontrolled growth is a definition of cancer. And it's your job as members of council to actually exert some control. And you're not respectfully doing that. I don't know if you can see, there's a photo of a man behind me I'd forgotten about actually, but way back when he took me on a tour of New York City. Mr. Madlow's not there, I don't see him. I didn't live there, but we went on a tour and we were way back in the early 60s being demonstrated New York's diversity. And we walked up a set of stairs to something very mysterious, a Buddhist monastery. And I formed the impression then, as a very young person, that I didn't want to live in America because literally we walked over people up the stairs. Because in those days, South New York City was known as the Bowery. Now it's a very shishi area. And that's what we're doing to Toronto. We have these huge deficits. We have huge problems, and you're bankrupt. And every time you approve one of these developments with, frankly, no guarantee that it will ever be built, you're just aggravating the problem. You're raising property values. As I recall, last month you You refused to approve an application by KingSet, who was seeking to upzone massively a property that they had scooped from the city. The city had publicly said they want this for public housing. KingSet scooped it up. You allowed them, or you failed to refuse their rezoning application, or recommending refusing. And at one and the same time, KingSet was selling another one of their sites on Church Street. You are just simply, by approving these, you are enabling this game. It's bad. It's dysfunctional. I urge you to think about this game. This is going to be your legacy, folks. And the residents of Toronto have to live with it. Think about it. Just say no. You have the tools. Mr. Matlow and I have discussed it extensively. You've chosen not to use them. It's not the fault of the province. You have a massive number of lawyers on staff, and you have a big budget. You can use them. You can refuse. You can fight. You choose not to. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Billy Bertillis, are you here? Online?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Now you can hear me. All right, great. Thank you. So thank you for making the time. Good morning, everyone. My name is Billy Bertillis. I am the chair of the Danforth Mosaic BIA. I am a local resident and also a business owner. I'm also fortunate to work alongside DECA, who, as you know, are engaged in pro-development community association. And we have spoken many times about this site. All of us are excited with this potential development. It is important. It is an important site in terms of traffic and visibility. And topographically, if I'm not mistaken, it is the highest point in all of Ward 19. So it is important that we get it right. And we don't get an opportunity to transform a neighborhood like this very often. As part of the business community, I can share that for us, density done right is always a good thing. So I'd like to share my thoughts on what that looks like. One, ultimately, the most important element is how this new structure interacts with pedestrians on the ground floor and how it improves the business landscape. From what I understand, it's too early to look at some of the granular details, but I trust that the committee will put best practices to ensure that the development integrates into the community from day one. Following this, we'd also like to see this development improve the community at large, and more specifically, by providing space for community-oriented private enterprise, perhaps even at a discounted rate. Some ideas that come to mind could be a co-working space, a daycare, a public library, community arts education enterprise, along with some breakout rooms. And three, ideally, we would have also seen a mid-block connection to this site, and this could be possible if we follow the example of Madison that just proposed what they've done on Eglinton and Roehampton by relocating the commercial loading zone to P1. I speak only for myself when I say that I have no issue with height whatsoever. Rather, it's the first two floors that concern me. So let's make it welcoming to pedestrians. Let's improve the streetscape for all businesses. And let's add some amenities for the community and give residents something to do. I urge the committee to work with DECA and to refine project details and deliver a project that meets the needs of residents, businesses, as well as the property owner. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions for deputant? Seeing none. Rafael Pascual Leon. Online? Oh, in person? 5 minutes, go ahead.
Hello. Hello, my name is Rafael Pasqualeone, and I've owned a home 1 block from the site for the past 10 years, and I'm a member of the DECA Visioning Committee. I would like to express my qualified support for the development proposal with one key recommendation that I believe will better serve both the new residents and the existing community. As it stands, our neighborhood lacks indoor public spaces where community groups, clubs, and residents can gather. With the proposed building bringing over 600 new households, more than 60% of which are studios or 1-bedroom apartments, the need for shared spaces is more pressing than ever. These smaller units will likely result in more residents seeking nearby places for co-working, socializing, and holding small group meetings. This is why I strongly recommend the inclusion of an indoor public community space within the building. Specifically, I support the idea of creating a community mezzanine space above the supermarket, as I have discussed in previous community meetings. This mezzanine would align with the second floor windows on the facade, providing a well-lit, inviting area for both residents and community members to gather. Several newer supermarkets in Toronto include mezzanine spaces, and I'm advocating that a mezzanine space be added to this facility for community use, filling a role similar to that previously served by the workaround co-working space that previously operated on the site. The space could be managed by a local NGO or a similar organization with the mandate to host small community gatherings, events, and co-working opportunities. Given that the applicant will continue to own the property into the future, it is in the long-term interest to ensure this community need is met, fostering positive relationships with residents and contributing to a more connected neighborhood. In conclusion, while I support the proposed development, I urge the council and the applicant to prioritize the creation of this much-needed community space, as echoed in the third recommendation by DECA. I believe it will greatly enhance the building's contribution to the neighborhood's social infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Mark Richardson, online. Mark, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, go ahead, 5 minutes.
Great. I won't take the 5 minutes. Councilors, sorry I can't be there in person to be with you today. I'm down in Boston this week for the Ivory Innovation Summit at Harvard and meeting with folks in the housing hub here at the mayor's office in Boston and at the city of Cambridge. I'm a 25-year resident of the East End. Live in Councillor Bradford's ward, not far away from this site. This is the regular subway stop that I go to. I want to speak as a member of Housing Now TO in support of this site and in support of the affordable housing deal that is currently been negotiated on this site. Important to note that there's a letter on file where the proponent, which is Loblaw's Choice, is offering to extend the period of affordability from the 25 years to the 40 years. That sounds like it's not a big deal, but that's actually 60% increase in the number of affordable unit years that have been created on this site. And they have frankly been created by blowing through the Danforth urban design guidelines, which I think there was an earlier speaker, a deputant, who showed you what we lovingly called the Great Pyramid of Danforth, which was a stupid ziggurat structure that was required because of all the setbacks and angular planes from different angles. So this simpler tower-based form is a much smarter way for this property to proceed. It means that the affordable housing that's being offered is viable now for up to 40 years. So I would recommend that you do something to formally accept that deal. Also, because it's a Loblaw's Choice Value Mart property, we're working very hard to try and get some of the unions like Unifor, like United Food and Commercial Workers, to actually use some of their own pension funds to invest in these buildings, to buy blocks of strata, like the earlier conversation that you had with the Eglinton site that I spoke about, where you can create restaurant, grocery store workers co-ops within a large format building like this by having their pension funds bulk buy and operate multiple units. That also helps the developers, do a head lease and get to a financially viable product as quick as we can, because this is going to be, my understanding, 100% rental building. That math only works as long as the federal rental incentives are in place, and we don't know how long those rental incentives are going to be in place for. So fully support this. Want you to proceed with it. We should be doing this at every subway station along the Danforth Bloor line and everywhere along the Ontario line. And we would encourage this kind of height and density in those places and to make these kinds of smart, affordable housing deals on those sites. And I think I just want to underscore something I heard earlier from John Hartley, and just how fundamentally wrong those comments were. This idea of just say no, or that growth is a cancer, is a fundamentally broken, myopic, and misanthropic approach to our city. If you're not growing, you're dying. I would much rather be Toronto than Cleveland. We have a global magnet city. As councillors, you have a duty of care to create the affordable housing that is required and the workforce housing that is required and the rental housing that is required at speed and at scale within the city of Toronto in these transit-served areas that can be car light or car free. So please support this today and continue to sharpen your pencils and try and make this affordable housing deal as good as possible, and look at using other partners like the two pension funds for Unifor and United Food Commercial Workers. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, enjoy your trip.
No,
and
no, have a question. have a
Sorry,
question.
Mark, Council Fletcher has a
Thank
question
you.
for
Mark, you were at our meeting the other day, TCHC, to look at adding more
Yep.
affordable. Do you think these big choice REIT sites, and you know the one at Carlon Gerard, now this is a big one here, do you really think it's good enough for choice REIT to just have 14 affordable new units on this site and 0 at Carlon Gerard? Is that acceptable?
Well, we don't know if it's 0 at Carlon Gerard yet because we haven't actually seen the MZO get signed by the province, and we are pushing the province as part of their transit-oriented communities to require affordable housing like the feds do, like the city does.
Yeah, the city has asked for that, but that's the proposal. There's nothing in that.
Yeah, correct, but
Now we
the
have-
way...
I'm asking you, is that acceptable? A 4% only for a large corporation of that kind?
4% is a fair trade on the land value. We would like it to be more, but one of the ways you could get more is to provide more incentives. These units have gone from 25 to 40 years. That is an increase. You could provide more incentives and get it to 75 or 99 years. You could incentivize more units within the building based on other incentives that the city, the feds, and the province could offer when it comes to the construction finance models.
So I don't know if that's been looked at, but for 606 units, there's 12 replacement, 14. So there's 580 units that basically 14 affordable out of 592 or 500.
Yeah, and that's private sector land, private
I
sector
understand.
ownership,
I
private
just am
construction
checking in
costs.
on housing now. I'm checking in on your approach, and I've heard it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a long agenda. Councilor Bradford. Okay, go ahead.
Questions of staff, yeah. The staff report discusses securing the affordable units for a minimum of 25 years. But after further discussions with my office and the applicant, they have agreed to increase that to a 40-year period. So we heard 60% increase. They've written in to confirm that on their end as well. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
These affordable units will account for the entire value of the CBC community benefit charge. Is that correct?
Through the chair, staff are satisfied that this comprises of 100% of the CBC.
And in fact, it would actually be above and beyond CBC, but working with the applicant, we were able to secure more here. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
If we wanted to turn that commitment into a larger number of affordable units through partnering with the city or accessing funding from other levels of government, has the applicant indicated their willingness to engage in those discussions?
Through the chair, the applicant has reached out to city staff to begin those discussions.
So you would say that those discussions are actually currently underway?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And if we approve the development today, those discussions can continue about adding even more affordable units to the site?
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, switching over to mid-block. As was pointed out by some of our deputants today, this project has been in front of us since 2019. It's evolved in both form and layout. Did the staff ever pursue a mid-block connection in the early days and throughout this application?
Through the chair, that's correct. It was always an objective to pursue that on this site and explore all possibilities for delivering that. Since day one, we have been discussing that with the applicant. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find a technical solution that was efficient on the site, and instead elected to sort of invest our objective of increasing pedestrian accessibility to the TTC station onto the Woodbine side, where we've secured a large pop space and a generous setback to improve pedestrian flow up from Danforth into Woodbine Station.
So I just want to clarify, because this is a grocery store that is heavily utilized by the community. Everybody likes it. They want to see it. But one of the loading requirements for a grocery store is the ability to accommodate a 53-foot transport truck to engage in the loading. And so are there challenges around a 53-foot tractor trailer and turning radii when it comes to loading in and loading out that would be different than a typical building that didn't have to accommodate for that?
Through the chair, there are challenges in terms of the space needed, the turning requirements, and then the loading space requirements on site. However, the site plans accommodate for that scale of truck and have shown acceptable movement diagrams that illustrate how a truck can get on and off the site using the public street network.
But that is, yes, that's what we have in front of us now, and the design accommodates for that. But that would be when you pursued discussions over the years about a mid-block connection, that turning radii, and I understand the truck clearance at head ramp, if you were to put a ramp, that would be a challenge to do it differently, as one of our deputants, Stephen Wickens, presented today.
Through the chair, sorry, which part would be difficult? Underground, like the loading, the mid-block and the loading?
The loading requirements and the layout of the site plan as we have in front of us today is a product of the turning radii for transport trucks, 53-foot truck, and the movements that it needs to make on the site. And the challenges with doing it differently, as have been suggested today, is it cannot accommodate those type of turning movements when staff did their independent analysis and worked with the applicant on that. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. This is probably the most efficient way to deliver the loading needed to support the site.
It was also suggested that there's no privately owned, publicly accessible space on this site, POPs. Could you confirm if there is in fact a POPs as part of this proposal?
Through the chair, there is a pop space on the Woodbine side, 225 square meters. It's immediately adjacent to Woodbine TTC station and in front of the residential lobby access.
Final question. We spent a lot of time, and this was a priority for DECA Visioning in the early days of this project, station integration. Because of the cut and cover construction of the TTC Line 2 tunnel at this particular site and the shoring that would be required to go up and cantilever overhead wasn't feasible. But could you talk to me about how you were able to work with the applicant on the proposal today to open up south-facing TTC station, create that POPs in front, and from a public realm perspective, how this will be better with station integration in this new development?
Conversations between the applicant and TTC, I understand, are ongoing, so it's open-ended at this point and still opportunity to improve how connection is made to the TTC station from the subject site. But as I mentioned already, the POP space was specifically selected to go into that area to improve the pedestrian realm in front of the TTC station and to create connectivity from the TTC station to the subject site and create a continuous, generous pedestrian clearway down to Danforth Avenue.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. You have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Just very quickly, when the city is doing its own affordable housing projects, we secure for 99? When the city is doing its own affordable housing projects, we typically secure for 99 years, not 40? Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, usually in situations where there's a contribution agreement.
Thank you. The city's done some work looking at household incomes and market rents. And if my memory's correct, a majority of households in the city of Toronto cannot afford market rents.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Are the market units here going to be subject to rent controls?
Through the chair, I do not believe they are because it's a brand new building.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Mr. Chair, just on a point of order, and I'm sorry to do this. I have to be in a meeting between 11:30 and 12:30, and I know I have 3 items with deputants. Could we just hold those over until at 1:30 after the lunch break and let folks know that?
Yes, I was going to mention that. I know, yeah, you just announced it, so yes.
Thank you.
So those who are here for item T 17.11, that will take place after lunch, okay, as per Councilor Perks.
Questions?
You have a question on this item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I did hear, I said I'd ask this for the deputant, said he couldn't find the meeting. Somebody from planning, please confirm if it's up on the web, or do you take those down? What's the status of the consultation meetings for an active application?
Through the chair, I don't believe the recording is published on the website. It's available through me. That's how the deputant who spoke earlier was able to get it.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your answer. It's available through you?
Yes.
And so he couldn't open it? What happened there?
I haven't had any issues with anyone not being able to open or view the recording.
Okay.
Anyone who's sought it has been able to get it from me and has been able to access the recording.
Sorry, I can't hear you speaking today. I don't think, somebody over there has their hand over their ear too. Oh, I'm sorry, you saw it. Okay, so, but it's not posted with the meetings. And is that a planning decision that you can't link in? Sorry, you're not allowed to talk. That's a planning policy that they're not posted, or is it a website issue that you can't have that much content up there on the planning website?
Through the chair, there was a report considered by Planning and Housing Committee this summer that looked at opportunities to further enhance our community consultation processes. The WebEx meetings are made available through notice issued to the community.
Yeah, I hear
One
you.
can access online. In terms of accessing content after the fact, that needs to be requested from the planner.
So that's your policy currently, and you could change that at any time.
That's our current practice,
Thank you.
correct?
Thank you. On these, so really, are you expecting to have once we have affordable units baked into a zoning, that generally has to be approved by council, does it not?
Through the chair, in the recommendations, there is staff seek direction to go into a contribution agreement for those units.
I understand, but we've now heard from the councillor that there's ongoing conversations about adding more affordable. That would have to be approved at council, would it not?
Through the chair, the additional affordable units are for exploration. It's not the.
So there are they're saying they're exploring it, but they haven't got anything proposed. So tell me how that works when we approve something. I thought we would have to approve 14 plus whatever else they were presenting, or that you had a deal for.
Through the chair, the additional affordable units that the applicant is proposing, they're going to be working with city staff collaboratively to look for additional funding opportunities to see if they can increase the number.
Sorry, is somebody here are you from the Affordable Housing Office? I hate it when I can't see people. What's our standard practice for approving affordable units? After we've approved the zoning or during the zoning?
Through the chair, I am from SEPA, housing policy. Typically, like when we look at affordable housing opportunities, that is done either through CBC contribution, that's what I do. And if we look for additional affordable housing opportunities, that is through the Housing Secretariat, where they have more knowledge on additional funding capacities and are able to enter into contribution.
But are they approved after, or are those zoning process? That was my question.
Be approved at any point.
At any, can you tell me when that's happened before?
Through the chair, knowledge of when that's happened before, but there.
Is anybody here that can? We should stand this. I've never seen it before that affordable and it's not determined.
Through the chair, we can refer to the Secretariat.
Well, maybe between now and council. That's normally when you would gather that, although Bradford might speak about that. And you've not explored the other, would you call this kind of a lab that these things are happening?
Through the chair, the outcomes of expedited timelines, acknowledging this application has been in since 2019.
Yeah.
The resubmission is with a relatively short period of time, and we have moved quickly to reporting.
But they could also back until we got the affordable housing out on this site or any other site, correct?
Through the chair, there is a letter on file with an offer from the applicant's solicitor clarifying their affordable housing site.
Caller.
How many?
Through the chair, 14.
No, how many new ones are they talking
12.
about now?
Councilor Fletcher, last question, please.
Through the chair, that's what we're looking to explore.
No number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bradford, this is your item. I'm sure you've been working on this for a long time, so.
Yeah, does anyone else want to speak?
This is another one of the Choice REIT site, of which there are a lot. It's Loblaws' Choice REIT, and most of them are at subway stops, or 3 of them actually. Yours, Councillor Bradford, one at Broadview and Danforth, the TOC that's at Carlon and Gerrard, and they are exciting, interesting projects, but there's very little affordable housing. Loblaws is a very big corporation. They have these large sites. I am concerned that we seem to be doing this in a way that I've not seen before. I would like to see if there's more affordable units that's brought forward in the actual zoning bylaw, because there's no obligation to put anything in unless that happens then. And I'm glad that these have been extended for more years. I would appreciate if we can get that for more years. I think this is a site, because it's actually at a subway stop, unlike the TOC at Gerrard, which is along the railway tracks, which will have its own issues to build along the GO line, that the whole matter of the TTC construction and everything else is going to be not as easy as it would be at my Loblaws site, which is south of the Danforth, but it is on a ravine, so it's not as easy. There are these big sites with big corporations that actually aren't in the housing business. They're in the food business, but they have large sites. I think that the public actually expects Loblaws to step up, or Choice REIT to step up on their many sites, whether it's a Loblaws, whether it's a Value Mart, whether it's a No Frills, and actually make a bigger contribution to the important issues of our day, which are affordable housing. And so I really have a difficulty on this one. This is the first one that's up of one of these sites. I know Councillor Perks had a meeting last for his big Loblaws site that is at Roncesvalles, Dundas, and Bloor, massive site, and there's very little affordable housing there. So shame, shame, shame on Choice REIT for wanting to have a nice design, making something great for the neighborhood, but not making anything affordable.
Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have a motion here. I've been able to work with the applicant to secure an increase of 60% affordable housing unit years through the CBC contribution, going from 25 to 40. It was pointed out earlier that, of course, our different housing programs on lands achieve 99 years. Again, just a reminder, I own this site. So I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work on that. And these are a negotiation, but the negotiation, of course, takes place in the world of Bill 23. I want to remind folks around this horseshoe about that, but it's 4% of land value, and it's just not of Section 37 when we had a lot more at our disposal to achieve and unlock these things. The other piece in this motion is it also includes a provision to make theater space available for the community to book and to use. There's been challenges over the years having space to have large community meetings, in this particular section of the city. And this is something we'll be able to do. And Raphael and some of the deputies spoken to the need for more space. This will achieve that. And I think that, you know, at the end of the day, we have a new purpose-built rental proposal in front of us. That's going to add 606 new rental units of housing to my ward, where there is a tremendous amount of demand. You know, there is a huge supply challenge when it comes to rent here in the city. We're doing rental replacement on the site, of course, as per city of policy, and we're adding net new affordable units. There are some that, you know, don't necessarily like to see this go forward, housing of any form, in, I suppose, pursuit of some sort of ideal or perfect form. But unfortunately, those projects end up never getting. And we can all point to specific addresses across the city that have just died as an AutoCAD file because the math doesn't pencil on them. And, you know, Mark Richardson has been such a key voice, you know, advocating for the fact that we need projects to actually pencil. We need the math to work. We need these things to be viable in order for them to go forward. I want to thank all the deputants, in particular, shout out to DECA, Danforth East Community Association Visioning Committee, who has met with the applicant, has met with staff, has met with me in my office countless times over the years. As was pointed out today, this originally came before us in 2019, I suppose, and I would suggest that the design was more akin to a Myron pyramid, sort of short, fat base with a very dramatic angular plane tapering to the top. This is a much more efficient and elegant form of delivering housing, and I think will give a better product for the community and for everybody in the end. And some of the public realm enhancements that we've been able to achieve as a result of that. You have to rewind the clock so far back to the beginning to even remember some of the priorities that we were able to unlock with DECA Visioning, with our neighbors. If anyone's come up and surfaced at Woodbine Subway Station, you know the sidewalks are actually so tight there, you often end up walking in the bike lane. Which is not a great outcome, and certainly as we add this additional density and welcome these new neighbors to the community, we need more space. So pulling that back, pulling the existing building back, I think it's nearly 7 meters of public realm there, is going to be truly fantastic. And it will be a game changer for the neighborhood in a positive way. I look at the success of Crow's Theatre in Councillor Fletcher's ward and how that has become a magnet for the arts community, supported restaurants, vibrancy down at that intersection. We want to replicate something similar with the Coal Mine Theatre that calls Danforth and Woodbine home, and will now hopefully move over to the east side of the street and into the base, and new frontage right on Danforth. So, you know, the applicant has been great to work with. You know, I'm not going to chastise the company that they work for. I'm talking about the people who are at the table, and they have always shown a willingness to go back to the drawing board. We worked very hard on the mid-block connection because in addition to station integration, that was always a priority. And I appreciate the Jane Jacobs mantra of you don't want long blocks, although there is a long block there today, but it could be better. But I think, again, you get into 53-foot tractor trailers and the turning radii and the challenges around that, that wasn't able to be achieved. But there was a lot of other good stuff that's coming with this. And frankly, those conversations with the Housing Secretariat about stacking our program, stacking funding from other levels of government, those are underway. They're already taking place right now. I'm confident that we're going to have some success on that front going forward, which is why this is here in front of us today. Because all of us around this horseshoe can agree that housing is a priority. Affordable housing is critical, and we have to use every tool, as muted as they have become, at our disposal to try and achieve that, and that's what I'm doing here. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I certainly am impressed with the 7 meters and your generous public realm. It looks like great built form. I'm just wondering if you're going to have some idea before council as to the number of, if you could, of net new affordable that might be possible if we can get the incentives and all of the rest of it baked in by that time, Councillor?
Yeah, I would love to have that clarity. You know, staff will tell you just how hard I've been riding them to get this done, and we just weren't there. You know, the Housing Secretariat is working on that right now, and we're in touch with them pretty much every day about it. So I would love to have that clarity as well. But we got a letter from the applicant on file. They have been engaging directly with the Housing Secretariat, as is mine. We've had meetings with them, and we'll continue, and we got a couple more weeks before
So
council.
hopefully before council, there'll be some new ones.
It'd be great.
That's great news. And then the cost, is Choice REIT going to fund the cost of the public space? Is that?
Like the POPs?
No, the community space that you're talking about. Is that part of the, I'm sorry, I didn't read the plans clearly. Well, that's in their plan. Let me just ask if they're planning, you said that they'll put the theater in there. Are they planning to build and outfit that theater completely? Is that in your plan, or is that just a hope?
No, that's an arrangement that they're working out with the theater operator.
So that is because I'm doing one down the street, so it's not in here, it's not in the zoning bylaw about the theater, or is it?
It is something that they're working out directly. The plan in front of us calls for that space, and that's included. The actual agreement of who's paying, what they're paying, how that's getting built out is being structured between the operators and the builder. Like the city's not building it.
I understand, but the space is included in here for a
yeah.
theater, not just community space.
Correct.
It's a theater with the fit out, the height of the ceilings, everything's going to be in the site plan or identified here.
With the commitment that the community, the broader community, has access to that space.
As a theater space?
No, it's community space.
Okay, that's,
I can walk you through it if you want, but.
yeah, because I've done two now, and that's very
it was the model.
irregular.
Yeah, thanks.
No, hold your breath, that's what I'll say.
Question?
Thank you. So you're working on more units for council, we're going to know something about that. And 7 meters, you're saying that's it's a very generous new woodbine that you're looking to create here, correct? In that section, including the TTC entrance?
Yeah, I think it's actually as deep as 12 meters at some point.
Deep as 12 meters, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, put up the motion, please. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can I record a vote, please?
Sure, recorded.
On your motion?
Yeah.
And on the item as well, or just?
Yeah.
Okay.
The vote on motion 1 by Councillor Bradford, all in favor? Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Mallet, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bravo, and Councillor Sachs. Those opposed, Councillor Fletcher. That
Are you
motion
opposed,
carries.
Councillor Fletcher?
If it's there, I'll vote for it at council.
Okay.
Item as amended, all in favor? Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Bradford, Councillor Bravo, those opposed, Councillor Fletcher. Carries. Thank you.
If there's more affordable, vote for it at
Next
council.
item.
Same as any, thank you.
20 to 2040 Queen Street East. Application. Speakers on this item. McWilliam, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Helene McWilliams on this application. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant to request a deferral of this item to allow us to spend more time to work with staff to refine and improve this proposal. The application before you is to permit the redevelopment of a site in the Beach neighborhood that includes an existing Foodland grocery store. The application would permit a 6-story mixed-use building with a new modern and expanded grocery store at grade. The owners of the properties are Sobeys and Kroger, and accordingly, the grocery store is a really key component of this development. And the owners are here today in the audience as well. In terms of timing, we filed this application on June 14th of this year, so summer, and we recently had community consultation meeting on September 16th, so just a bit more than a month ago. At the recent community meeting, we heard a number of concerns related to the lack of visitor parking, as well as the existing vacant storefront on the site. We also heard suggestions to improve the efficiency of the building to add more housing. Shortly after that community consultation meeting, we briefly met with staff to discuss next steps. At that meeting, staff advised that they were satisfied with the proposal, but they did ask if we could modify it to accommodate 3 visitor parking spaces at grade, including 1 accessible parking space. We noted that the addition of these surface spaces would impact the footprint of the grocery store, but that we would consider the request in combination with the feedback that we received at the community meeting as part of an overall review taking to confirm the overall feasibility of the project. We advised staff that we would review and get back to them shortly, and we expected to be able to work through some potential modifications to the proposal in response to the community feedback and to review the request for these parking spaces. But in response, staff advised that they had already prepared their staff report, that they were recommending approval of this application, and that they had already sent out the notices for this statutory meeting. I note that the plans and studies that were submitted in support of the application don't reflect the addition of the 3 visitor parking spaces because we're still reviewing the feasibility of this request and the overall project. Due to the constrained nature of the site, the addition of the parking spaces impact on the grocery store footprint and loading operations. If the grocery store is driving this development, it's important that we get this right. Ultimately, we know that the grocery store is an important community amenity. We also know that the community is unhappy with the vacant storefronts that are on site today, and that they have concerns related to other stalled and abandoned developments in the city, which is why we want to spend the time now to get this one right. The intent behind our deferral request is to allow us to have more time to work with staff to improve the proposal. We want to be confident that we're bringing forward a project that is viable and can be delivered as soon as possible. I want to emphasize that an approval that's not actually feasible will not result in any community benefit, which is why a deferral makes the most sense in this instance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant?
Thanks. Are you suggesting that you guys made an application that's not viable?
So we filed our application in June of this year, and I will say that this application has actually been a number of years in the making. So we have had a number of iterations of this proposal, and the owners have been continually reviewing their pro forma, which is why there has been the number of iterations. It's my understanding that since we have filed the application, the owners have been continuing to do the math, and the numbers just aren't adding up at this point.
Wouldn't you do the math before you put in the application?
Yes, I understand the comment. I will say that the owners have been reviewing the recent DC charge increases, the changing construction costs and the marking rates, and it's my understanding that they've recently realized that they need to make some adjustments.
Pretty big rate cut yesterday. What's happened to interest rates since June?
I can't speak to that, I'm sorry.
I think they've gone down. Is that fair to say? Financing?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times. What's happened to labor rates right now? Are there a ton of projects going forward right now that makes it really expensive to secure trades, or is it more competitive now? More people want to work right now since there's no projects?
I can't speak to the specifics of the math not working, but I can say that the owner is interested in moving forward with this project. They just want to make sure that it results in a benefit.
And are construction costs going up right now, or have they stabilized or even softened?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, so since June, we would actually suggest, I would suggest maybe that some things have actually improved to make projects more viable, but you're telling me that you came forward with an application that the math didn't work on in June, but you still proceeded with it. Now it's in front of us today. after we've pushed staff to get this done quickly, and you're asking for a deferral.
My understanding is at the time that the application was filed that we were confident in the proposal, but since that time, there has been more detailed analysis done that has changed that opinion.
You did tell me earlier in these questions, though, that the math didn't work for you when you filed it.
Sorry, I can't confirm that. At the time
Okay.
that the application was
Thank
made.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Brian McDonough. Online. Brian McDonald.
The telephone, can you hear me?
We can. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
You can hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to speak to the question of parking, which I know that Councillor Bradford has paid a lot of attention to. And I hear that there's potentially 3 visitor parking spaces as part of the amendment. However, I put it to you that the parking in this whole general area is woefully inadequate. And if the supermarket is increased from the present Foodland size to a much larger size, then there are no parking spaces available to accommodate all of these customers. I was in Foodlands recently, and I noticed that there was one person at a random time. It was moderately busy. There was one person using a supermarket trolley. Now that tells me that the majority of people, the others were using baskets. That tells me that the majority of customers today in Foodland do not drive, but they are pedestrians and are TTC customers, and that there was only one supermarket trolley. So I put it to you that one way of limiting the parking problem would be to restrict the number of parking trolleys available to the new supermarket. Right now, there are 6 trolleys available in Foodland. Only one of them was in use at that time. So I suggest to you that the permit and the variance be based on restricting the number of trolleys, number of parking carts to somewhere between 1 and 6. And if that means that the business model is no longer affordable and the Sobeys wish to withdraw the application, then so be it. But I put it to you, as presently configured, the arrangement of an enlarged supermarket will add significantly to the parking problems, and I don't hear that anything is being done about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you for coming in. Milan Swanston, are you here? Online? Milan?
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I am an owner on the street directly across, so about 50 steps from where this new proposal will be built. I have significant concerns about the light situation. This is directly southwest of my home, which I purchased. It's a duplex. Both me and my tenant live here in part because of the light. I've invested heavily in my garden. And if there's a 6-story building put up directly south of me, it's going to destroy both my property value and quality of life. And I just wanted to voice, I've sent an email to this effect, but I wanted to just come and officially voice the fact that I'm very much against this from a personal basis.
That's it?
That's it. I don't know what else to say. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. Any questions for deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Next up is John Hartley. John Hartley, online.
Can you hear me?
We can. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. You heard what I had to say about Woodbine Avenue. This situation is even worse. I actually lived right around the corner from this property for many, many years. For 50 years, the beach has had a parking problem. What you want to do now, or what's proposed, is to create an even greater parking problem. I can't express to you how dysfunctional that is. But the beach also has another big problem, which is sewers. In fact, just recently we had big flooding problems. Now I know that there are efforts being made to improve those sewers, but every single additional unit you build is more waste that has to be disposed of, that we don't have the capacity to deal with. It's a big problem. Given that the applicant wants to defer, I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful, short and sweet. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Bridget Sieber, are you here? 5 minutes.
President, a retired architect, and I live within a stone's throw of this development. So this project is located at the heart of the beach, and it's a city block that needs improvement. And so I am in support of redevelopment on this site. However, this site needs a high caliber design. Sorry. I'm just going to slide up here. This site needs a high caliber design worthy of being in this historic corner of our beach community. And on that front, I am not sure what authority the city has to regulate design apart from the Queen Street East Design Guidelines. And I'm not sure if the City Design Review Panel looks at this kind of development. But I would like to understand what kind of checks and balances the city can have when it comes to design caliber for important sites. So that's question number one. Should I keep going?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
I would also like to see a design that supports an animated street front along Queen Street. This will be a very long storefront as a supermarket, and these large facades typically have screen off a large portion of the street front because they need the space for shelving against that facade. So, and that ultimately deadens the street life. This is an invitation to explore how to incorporate perhaps some smaller storefronts for smaller micro enterprises to animate the street front with direct doors onto the street. This grocery store will be probably about 3 or 4 times larger than the existing Foodland at the corner. And so hopefully there will be some ideas as to how to animate that street front, because the character of the beach is smaller storefronts. And that gets undermined by a storefront of this scale. And so the Queen Street Visioning Study, I was on that advisory many years ago, did recommend smaller storefronts. And I would like to see some effort made to honor that character of this particular neighborhood. And my last point circles around sustainability. Let's explore opportunities beyond the Toronto Green Standards and codes. For instance, we have an amazing opportunity here. This is a large supermarket at the ground floor, and supermarkets have freezers and coolers that eject heat. That can be harvested and reused, say, to provide heat for domestic hot water, ventilation, etc. I think this can be an exemplar project from this perspective so that it actually reduces the energy requirements for for the condominiums and for the rental housing that it's going to contain. And alongside that, ideas such as solar thermal below grade is another viable option for this site that merits study and will be an ultimate win for both the community and the residents and the supermarket itself. And my last point then is that to date there has been relatively little community opportunity to discuss this project, and we would welcome a lot more community consultations that are public and local to the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Any
thank
questions
you.
for the applicant? Thank you for coming in today. Any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Over to staff, just wanted to raise the question that Burgett, our deputy, had just, I'm asking questions of staff now. Great, thank you though. Asked, how did staff the design proposed for this building and compare it to the urban design guidelines and other guidelines later in the city?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can work with the applicant through site plan application process. And if they're willing to work with us, we can address certain performance standards according to the urban design guidelines through materiality, identifying elements such as cornice lines, vertical separation to create that kind of rhythm. Again, if the applicant is working to work with us through that.
All right, thank you. To, I guess, the planners here on the file, when was this application filed for this site?
Through the chair, it was in June of this year.
What day?
Bear with me for a moment.
It was June 21st. So today is October 24th. So that's 125 days for city planning to get to an approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we look back historically, it used to take us a lot longer. But in the context of today, would you say that's a pretty good turnaround time by current city targets?
That's correct. To be able to turn something around within the legislated timeframes, yes.
Well done, chapeau. Typically, we hear from applicants that they're looking to get approvals faster. Is that feedback that you've gotten over the years at your time here?
Through the chair, yes, many times.
Has City Council identified faster approvals as a policy priority for city planning?
Through the chair, yes, and for the Development Review Division.
Have we been putting a big effort? Has city planning and the Development Review Division been putting a big effort behind meeting those legislated timelines?
Through the chair, yes, very significant.
Was there anything specifically about this application that enabled a faster than average decision?
Through the chair, we are attempting to expedite all stages of the review process, but this application's quite close resemblance to the area site and area specific policy and implementing design guidelines, so it's very helpful in that regard.
So not entirely as of right, but pretty close to as of right. And the nature of that with the application coming forward meant that it was a pretty straightforward process for staff to review and get to an approval in 125 days. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. We've heard issues around parking, no shortage of parking issues in the beaches. We heard that at the community consultation meeting. I made my preference for more visitor parking clear. But just to confirm, how much parking for this grocery store is currently provided on the site?
Through the chair, that'd be 0 spaces.
0 spaces today for that grocery store. How many parking spaces is the developer required to propose based on our current bylaw and their application today?
Through the chair, that'd be 0 spaces for non-resident uses.
Okay, so 0 and 0. And how many vehicle and bicycle parking spaces are being proposed here?
Through the chair, vehicle spaces would be, I think, 33 parking spaces are proposed.
All right, and it's 68 bike spaces. And just lastly, as we all do, staff will be looking to exclude the residential component of this development from accessing permit parking.
Through the chair, that's one of the recommendations in our report, correct?
Very good. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Bedford. It's your item.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I'm going to move the staff recommendations to approve the application. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank and congratulate City Planning for getting this application turned around in 125 days, and also tip the cap to the applicant for bringing forward an application and working with staff to something that we were all able to get to an approval really quickly. As far as I'm concerned, that's a success story in terms of speeding up our approvals. There's been a lot of work over the past 2 years, the new Development and Growth Division, the reorg within City Planning, standing up different teams to coordinate and get this stuff done faster. And I can tell you in this particular case, lots of correspondence from me and my office encouraging staff to move forward on all of the applications in Beaches East York at speed, because we want to see housing done and delivered quickly. You got something here that is nearly as of right with the envelope based on the Queen Street Urban Design Guidelines. We would have a long conversation about those, back to 2012. But in any case, what you had in front of us is what was envisioned from that particular era. And so the applicant put forward an application, and it was determined to be complete. And we had our community consultation meeting online. I did get some feedback that folks would have liked to have been in the room, and I'll consider that going forward. But I was pretty surprised to hear from the applicant that they wanted to hit pause. I was also pretty surprised that they sort of couched it in the fact that they want to address the parking issues. We've talked about that loud and clear. There's 0 parking on the site right now. They're actually not required to provide any parking. It worries me when we have applications coming forward where they're not deemed to be viable right from the get-go. And the obvious question that I think we would all ask is, then why are you filing it? We don't want to waste staff time. We don't want to waste applicants' time. We don't want to waste the community's time having meetings about fictitious applications. So I would just suggest the learning from this is, make sure that you cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure the math works before you come in, file the application, take up that staff time, pay your fees if you're coming forward with something that doesn't work for you. It's probably the first time I can ever think of an applicant actually having an approval in front of them and saying, oh, hang on a second, we want to defer, we don't want that approval today. This is 60 new units in a building on Queen Street. I know that those are challenging buildings and challenging products to deliver, and so there's probably going to have to be more work done on this in the future, and I'm happy to help and engage in those conversations. But today, let's recognize staff's tremendous effort, Carly and her team, Heather, everybody who's been working on this to turn it around at speed and meet our legislative timelines, and keep the conversation going. So I'm voting to approve this and voting with the staff recs. Thanks.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Before we continue, we got some housekeeping items. I think we want to introduce 2 new items that Councillor Bradford has. You going to put it on the screen?
Just need to add them.
Add them? Okay, we just add 2 items. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Carried.
That's one, and there's the other one.
And there's another?
Yeah, there's 2.
All those in favor, adding this new item? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Before we go to the next item, let's just, we had some technical issues earlier, and we couldn't move a few items, so let's just do that now, just for housekeeping purposes, for me anyway.
Mr. Chair, there's a number of staff here for 712. I don't have any questions. If we could do that before lunch and let them go, I'd appreciate it.
12.
148 Avenue Road. It's information report.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm not sure why we held that item. It was a timed item? Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, let me just gather my thoughts before I'm all over the place. T 17.24, Councillor Sachs had a motion. Yeah,
If that one's ready to go, I don't have any questions about it.
Yeah, I read it. Staff can put it on the screen. Okay, Favor? Opposed? Carried.
That's the item.
As amended? Oh, this is the item? Okay. Here. No, that's my staff.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, can I get through this then? Okay. T 17.30, pay and display parking rates. This is my item. I'm gonna have an amendment for that.
It's been event circulated.
Okay. I'm gonna display it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. T 17.32, temporary adjustments in traffic and parking regulations for 2024 Distillery Winter Village. I think you have a motion.
Thank you very much. I have a motion that wasn't ready to go. Ask for 3 key things: report backs to my office during the event, support for the local residents association during the event, and report following the event on the successes and the areas of improvement for the Winter Village Market. And you know, there's no doubt this is such an important event, and it marks for me the start of the season in the city, and it supports our local businesses, bringing lots of, you know, excitement and that cheer to Torontonians and to visitors across our city. And there are a number of consistent challenges that local residents have been working through with the distillery folks, and this gives that work some shape and direction and puts the appropriate supports behind it so that these unique challenges between residents and neighbors of the distillery are being addressed, and that this event can continue to move forward with success.
Great. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 1733, extension of permit parking hours on Mutual Street. 3. I'm going to have a motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councilor Perks here. Which item do you want? 17?
No, sorry, E17.8.
7 point.
Woodbine Avenue. I'm just going to do
Okay. To open.
another
Opposed?
recorded
Carried.
vote. 2 things.
Yes, I now have information that unfortunately, the Housing Secretariat was online, but didn't make that known. So I now have the information of affordable housing, and I think it's on a vote in favor. So Bradford kindly is opening that, so Sure, yeah, both.
Okay.
We'll do whatever was recorded, we'll redo.
Okay, the 2
Now that
recorded
you're
voting
here.
items. Yes.
Both.
We only need 2. We only need item as amended.
No, I'd like both of them, thank you.
Okay, the vote on motion 1 by Councillor Bradford, item TE 17. Mayor Mallett, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow.
Councilor Sachs.
Thank you.
Hello, over there.
Item as amended. Those in favor, Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Mallett, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford for that.
Item T 17.13, 40 to 44 Mitchell Avenue, demolition of designated heritage buildings under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yep, thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.12, 148 to 158 Avenue Road and 2020 220 to 234 Davenport Road, Community Benefits Charge in Kind Contribution Valley Report. Councilor Sachs.
I move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.11. Nope, not that one. Council Perks is not here. Okay.
Do we have a speaker on that?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, he's looking for what's no speakers.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
This is kind of cool,
TE 17.7, city-initiated removal of porcelain interim control bylaw for 6 Leslie Street. Councillor Fletcher.
14?
7.
7, which is the,
City-initiated
yeah,
removal.
I'm just going to defer that indefinitely because it's unclear what the use is going to be. So once we get that sorted out, we'll bring that back.
Okay, all those in favor of
Thank you very
deferral,
much.
indefinitely? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Dueling uses.
Okay, and I think that's it, right? Is there anything else? Okay, so let's go back to T 1710, 2915, St. Clair Avenue East zoning amendment application. We have one speaker on this item, Jonathan Benskowski. Okay. Jonathan, are you with us?
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank planning staff for their continued work. This has been an active application for 5+ years, and I would endorse the recommendations of planning for the approval of this application. Just to give a brief summary of what is before you, this is somewhat of a unique application in that the current use of the property, which is a gas station, has historically existed on this property since the 1950s. When the City of Toronto enacted zoning bylaw 569/2013, the zoning of the property was not altered to be a CR zone. It was maintained as a residentially zoned property, as was under 438-86. What this means is that any alteration to the existing historical gas station triggers an automatic minor variance to alter a legally non-conforming use on this property. So in essence, anything be it in the interior or the exterior of this existing gas station would trigger a minor variance, something as simple as moving of an interior wall. I would also note that the proposed use in canopy would be permitted if the property was zoned CR, which would be the appropriate zoning for the property. And again, it falls in line with the official plan designation of mixed use. I hope this adds a little bit of clarifications, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of this deputant? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford. Item 10. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item T 17.14, 65 Rowanwood Avenue, application to remove a private tree. We have a deputation on this item. David Clark, are you here? Sorry? One moment. 14. Yeah, Michael Rayfield. My apologies. You have 5 minutes.
My friend and neighbor, Felix Lebel. The two of us share a common property line on Rowanwood Avenue, number 65 and 67. In view of the size of the agenda today, Chairman, I can either do just a very quick summary or I can go through my full presentation, whichever you prefer.
You
What we're
have 5
seeking-
minutes, and I'll stop you at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Whatever works for you.
Okay. In the light of the presentations on 66 floors and transit and affordable housing, I must say I'm intimidated by trying to present you to remove a tree. That's what we're here for. Do I need to do something?
Nope, it's up.
Ah, thank you. So, Chairman, we're here to seek the approval of Council for the removal of a European beech tree, which is between the two properties that you see there, 65 and 67. This has been denied, this request has been denied by Urban Forestry on the basis that the tree is healthy. Our submission to you today is that there are other issues, health and safety issues, bearing in mind the proximity of this tree to our houses. And that is the basis on which I would like to make a presentation. And we accept whatever are the environmental consequences to neutralize the absence of this tree. Whatever we need to do, we will be happy to do. My wife and I, and my wife is sitting just behind me here, my wife and I have lived in a house that is 121 years old, which is fragile in terms of bricks and mortar and that sort of thing. We have lived there. It's a charming property. We've lived there for 41 years now and propose to continue living there. My wife and I love nature. We appreciate what trees and vegetation does for the environment. If I could just take 2 seconds to show you. This is the garden that she is very proud of. And to give you a sense, the size of that garden, our garden, is half the size of this room. In that garden, there are 7 canopy trees that we have planted over the last 40 years. I can detail what the trees are, but those trees are valuable to us and because they do a lot for the environment. This is the same scene just taken from our terrace looking down, and you can see the amount of foliage there. And if you can imagine what that would be in a room of this size, half this size, you can see what the issues are. A tree, a European beech tree, was planted approximately 25 years ago, and that tree has grown now, pushing over the fence. It costs us money every year to have the patio redone as the roots are pushing it through, and it is getting very close to actually entering into our house in the basement. This is the tree. You can have a look at that, and we have to have it cut every year so that the animals, squirrels, and other rodents that come up go onto our terrace, which you can see there, and attempt to get into the attic. I'm sure that's a problem that more than one person has, but this is the issue. Here, this is from the terrace looking at this tree, and the reason we have to have it cut every year is because those leaves, as you can see, overgrow the terrace, and the animals have a superhighway into our house. That is how close the tree is to our house. It is less than 41 inches, which is about the spread of your arms. So if you see how close that is, and that is a tree which is 40 to 45 feet tall now. It is supported, obviously, by a massive root system, and the roots will not be contained within 41 inches, meaning those roots are finding their way into the house somewhere, my house and Felix's house. And that's why we feel we need to do something about it. This property over here, the left-hand property, that's a duplex, is in the upper beach. This property is, who lives in there is my daughter and 4 grandchildren. On 25th of March, 2021, we had a telephone call at 10 o'clock at night as we were getting ready to go to bed to tell us that there had been some problem in the basement, and the basement was now full of raw sewage. That's the house. and the raw sewage had been created by the tree that you see in front there had penetrated the sewage system underneath the house. When the Roto-Rooter, which is one of these emergency companies, they came there after I had arrived, I was more than my calf in sewage. So the issue over here is our fear is the same thing, Mr. Chairman, that's going to happen to our house in Rosedale.
Okay.
We will have sewage, and the biggest issue is before the sewage actually bursts through, there are small cracks that are letting through sewage into the water.
Thank you so much for your deputation today. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My office has been trying to reach you, and at some point you'll see there's some emails from us. My main question is, we didn't get a chance to meet separately before today. Is there anything else you want to tell us today? I'm willing to defer this to next month if you have further things that you want to say to me in my office, or we can decide it today. Which do you prefer?
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Thank you very much for that offer. The main thing I wanted to add today, rather than take up time at the next meeting, is before the actual sewage becomes obvious in the basement with a flood, there are percolating fumes, toxic fumes that are coming into the house, and sewage is seeping into the underwater, the groundwater, and the subsoil. Those are causing health hazards which we don't even know about. For 12 months before my daughter's problem, the kids were going down with various dysentery type of issues, and no one could find out why. We think it was linked to what we just had. So that's what I wanted to add, Chairman. And I'm happy to come back. I tried to do this all in 5 minutes, and I obviously have failed in that.
Well, that's okay. My question is there anything else you want us to know, or have you had a chance to say everything you needed to say today?
I would certainly welcome an opportunity to say some more at if it's possible, if there's any more information needed by council. I don't know if
I don't need anything further. I'm asking if you want further time to talk to my office before we decide this matter.
No, I don't think I need to take up your time if I've been clear enough. We are worried sick about what's going on.
I understand. I think you've been very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your colleague, are you going to be saying anything?
No, I'm
He's
here
not
to
on the
support,
speaker's list. He's not.
Not on the list. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well, no. Okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you. Did you want to speak?
I want to support my neighbor for all the reason that he just described. Like, it's been an important issue to him, and I came, to support the request to remove the tree.
Okay, thank you. If you're gonna, okay, so you've spoken, so you need to give the clerk your information. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, question to urban forestry. You've heard the concerns expressed by the deputants. Is there anything new there? Does it change your advice about this tree?
Through the chair, no, it doesn't. There has been no evidence of any tree impacting either the roof, the foundation, the upper deck, or the driveway of the house.
When we have street trees, is there regularly a potential for interference with nearby buildings and human structures?
Through the chair, yes, there's always potential.
Right. And if we removed every street tree that had a potential for interference with human structures, how many street trees would we have in downtown Toronto?
Through the chair, probably very little, but the structure would need to be damaged before a tree's roots would interfere.
Okay. Do we have any evidence that this tree is causing health hazards to the deputants or their families?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no other speakers in the item. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I do want to express my thanks to you for coming, and I understand the sincerity of your concern, but I do accept the evidence of staff, and so I'm going to support the staff recommendations. If you do actually have damage in your house, then of course you can apply again, but we can't cut down all the trees just because of the possibility of damage, or we wouldn't have any trees downtown. So thank you for your time. I'm moving the staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, the next item is T 17.15, refusal of a sidewalk cafe permit application located at 160 Pears Avenue, unit number 10. We have a deputant on this item. Oh,
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we
Do
do.
we want to do one dep, or do we want to just recess?
I think we'll recess. We actually have just 5 minutes before, actually 4 minutes before lunch, so I'm actually just going to recess now, and we will pick up at item 15 after lunch. So we're back at, what time?
1:30.
1:30. We are recessed. Thank you. quorum, we need one more counselor to come. If they're watching from their offices on your screen, come to committee room 1, please.
Yeah, you needed to sit.
Okay. Where's the, yes, okay. We're gonna resume. Is the YouTube on? Yeah, okay. We're gonna open T 17.24. Thank you. We're gonna call meeting back to order. And I think I just saw Councillor Bravo online. Thank you, Councillor Bravo. We're gonna reopen T 17.24, maintenance of bike lanes around construction projects for all the wards in Toronto, all the wards in Toronto, East York. All those in favor? Opposed, carry, okay.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I have worked with Councillor Sachs, and we'd just like to keep this within the same area that we had previously. So that report would come back with a date, looking for the service standards for separated and non-separated bike lanes. I think that's the one we're talking about, correct?
Okay, we just need to post it.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to the clerk and the councillor. I wasn't here for that today.
there it is. All those in favor? Opposed, carried as amended. All those in, that's the item? Okay, good. No amendments. Okay, so
20th of February, before the season.
okay, we have 10 items left on the agenda, so let's try to get through this as quickly as possible. So T 17.15, refusal of sidewalk cafe permit application located at 160 Piers Avenue, Unit 10. We have some deputants on, four deputants on here. Wendy Gross, are you here?
Well, I've told all the deputants we weren't going to deal with this today, so I don't believe they are here.
Okay, I need to call them out. Angela Esther Hammer?
They are online? Okay, all right.
Angela's here?
Wendy, is Wendy there?
Is Wendy here as well?
Wendy's not here.
Okay, so Angela, can you mute yourself, please?
Just Angela, before you start, I just want to point out that we're not going to be deciding this matter today. It's going to be deferred until December. So you're free to depute today if you prefer, or you can depute in December, whichever you prefer.
I am just going to say a sentence, speaking also for Wendy Gross and Pat Langan-Torrell, who had signed up today to present the concerns of Pears Avenue residents. And since we have now been told that Councillor Sachs intends to defer this item so that the appellant can consult with residents, we are also happy to defer our comments. We're happy to hear that because as the immediate neighbors of Cafe Expica, we have not been consulted at all by the cafe owner about the proposal. And that being the case, I and my neighbors on Pears Avenue do have serious objections to the sidewalk cafe application as it stands, and we've made a written submission of our reasons signed by 26 residents. But with the understanding that the item is definitely being deferred, we will not take council's time today. We will raise our concerns in consultation and if necessary at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Liam Valgardson, are you here? You can unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the Community Council. I'll be very, very brief in light of the recommendation to defer the matter. Just want to note that my client supports the deferral of this matter to allow sufficient time for outreach with their neighbors to occur. So unless there's any questions, I don't intend to say anything further.
Okay, thank you. Motion to defer to when? Next meeting, which will be December 4th. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
December 4th, is that it?
December 4th. Yeah. T 17.16, refusal of a curbside sidewalk cafe permit application located at 5 St. Joseph Street, Unit R5-4. We do have 4 deputants on this item. Meaning Ginzi Louis, are you here? Liu. No? Okay, Dongyang Sun? No? Kathleen Hadrell? And Charlie Mayo?
No.
Okay. All right, seeing
A question.
on this item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Curbside cafe patio, is that a front patio? Is that a flankage patio? What is this new category? Or maybe it's not new. Who's going to answer that? I think MLS should be here to answer that, Chair.
Is your staff?
Yeah, we're just promoting Pat Thornback.
Okay.
Pardon me?
There's Pat Thornback, so we're just bringing her up.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm here online.
Okay, go ahead.
That is a curbside patio that was introduced under Chapter 742.
Sorry.
It's a frontage cafe.
What do you mean by curbside, please?
It's at the curb close to the roadway. It's not in the roadway, but it's at the curb.
So it's one of those patios that is between the business and the street, and it's running along the curb. So the pedestrians.
That's correct.
So that's the name of that one. Okay, I have a couple.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Very
it's
good.
it's seasonal. It's from April 14 till November 14.
Right.
It's not an annual one.
I didn't know that was the new category. What's the one called right in front? That's a frontage patio, and that is automatic if it fits the requirement, correct?
Correct.
And then there's flankage and curbside that need
Correct.
permissions. Okay, thank you for the clarification, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to move approval of this patio. There's a motion, I believe, on. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is moment. T 17.29. Pay and display parking in various streets. We do have deputants on here. Rick Washter, are you here? Washington?
Mr. Chair, there were a number of deputants here from Berryman Street, and I've told them all that we're not proceeding with Berryman Street today, so I believe none of them have returned.
Okay, Sarah Levy. Evan Yates. Antonia Yates. Okay, no one's here, okay. Yes, I do have a motion on this, I think, 29. I move an amendment. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
We have an amendment on your motion, Councillor.
You have a motion as well?
Yes, just minor amendment.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. I didn't know that.
Thank you, and I also have a motion asking staff to come back in December with analysis and advice on Berryman Street.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. As amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay, great. Excellent. T 1734. Traffic calming, speed hump and speed bumps, West Parkdale neighborhood. We do have deputants on this item. Kathy Allen, are you here? Online? Okay, we have quorum, right? 1 second.
Hold on, Councillor Bravo's on.
Councillor Bravo's online. Okay, okay,
Councillor Bravo's online.
yeah.
We're good.
Kathy Allen, are you here? Okay, Joanne Davis, are you here?
Kathy Allen's online, she just has to mute.
Okay, Kathy Allen, I see that you're online, if you just unmute yourself. Okay, let's go to Joanne Davis then. Joanne Davis?
Joanne Davis, not online? Just, do you want to see if Kathy can, yeah.
Kathy Allen, you can speak, you're unmuted by staff. Kathy Allen. We're on item 34. Kathy Allen. Okay, she's not speaking, so I'm going to move on. Councilor Perks.
Thank you.
Kathy Allen, is that you? No, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Council Perk, go ahead.
So I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations just very quickly, members, just so you understand what this is. An important part of the city's cycling network is the part that connects Lakeshore Boulevard into the rest of the city. As you know, when Lakeshore comes in, it hits the intersection at King, Queen, Roncesvalles, and there's this very narrow pinch point. And as a result, we can't get a bike lane through that intersection. However, there are a lot of people coming into, the central part of the city from the west end, and they need a cycling connection. City staff worked with the community to build a series of changes through West Parkdale that allows that connection into the main cycling networks in the city. In doing that, we had to, change the direction of some streets, remove some parking, reorient how certain streets worked, put bike lanes down streets in residential neighborhoods. And a secondary consequence of that is changing traffic patterns in the neighborhood. So staff have brought forward this report that puts those features in those surrounding streets. This is just a great example of the care and thoughtfulness that the City of Toronto staff have in building our cycling infrastructure and in making sure that any neighborhood traffic impacts are mitigated and managed. This is true also of the next item that we have. And I just want to acknowledge the great and careful work that our cycling staff do to make sure that the transportation system as a whole works when we establish cycling infrastructure. It's a lesson maybe that some other governments need to learn as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I just realized I missed one item, and my apologies to the deputants who are here. It's item 11. David Clark, are you here? David Clark?
He's online.
Online? David, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is David Clark. I live at 9 Prince Rupert Avenue, so I'm adjacent to the laneway and just south of the proposed development. My comments represent both my own, but also many of the residents in the West Bend community where this development resides. Proposed development resides. I think at this point, in talking to my neighbors, we agree with the report from the city staff that says that this development should be denied. It's our view that this does not comply with City Policy 231 and the Land Use Policy 45 with respect to transitioning to additional residential neighborhoods, and is not consistent with the adopted tall building guidelines, and therefore shouldn't be as part of the reason for not approving this. So, just for a little context, the subject site is located at the intersection of Dundas Street West and Glen Lake Avenue. It's approximately 43 meters along Dundas, about 30 meters along Glen Lake. And the west side of this is a laneway, standard city laneway. It's 4.5 meters wide. And then across that laneway to the west is the West Bend community residential neighborhood that is primarily 2- and 3-story family homes. The height of the proposed building is 109.67 meters. So that puts it in the category of a tall building as defined by the city. So if you look at, as I look at the tall building guidelines approved by council in 2013, it has one of the guiding principles to help ensure that tall buildings, where permitted, fit within the context and minimize local impact. Toronto Land Use Policy 452 sets out for criteria for development within mixed-use areas and addresses, in part, locating and massing new buildings to provide a transition between areas of different development intensity and scale through means such as appropriate setbacks, stepping down of heights, particularly towards lower scale neighborhoods, which the West Bend community is. Consistent with this, the official plan, policy 231, discusses that developments adjacent to neighborhoods will, quote, be compatible with those neighborhoods, provide a gradual transition of scale and density as necessary to achieve the objectives through stepping down of buildings toward and setbacks from those neighborhoods. So the proposed development is 29 stories, as I said, 109.67 meter mixed-use building with a 4-story podium and then a residential tower for the remaining. This building is set back or separated from the neighborhood by a 4.5 meter wide laneway from that neighborhood our neighborhood of 2 to 3 story homes to the west, all of which are less than 10 meters in height. So here you're going to put a tower of close to 110 meters next to single family homes or homes that are, at most 10 meters in height. So this is really, 10 or 11 times the height of the surrounding buildings. They made no real attempt that I've seen in the development to transition in massing from that 110 meters down to the local, the adjacent houses. And if you look at the tall building guideline, they have minimum setbacks for towers from neighborhoods to ensure at least a level of minimal transition. And for a tall building with a laneway at the rear, the guidelines recommend a minimum distance of 20 meters from the adjacent neighborhood or 12.5 meters from the center line of the laneway. This proposal is 10.9 meters from the tower to the adjacent residential neighborhood. So barely half of what the minimum is. So really doesn't meet the minimum. The other aspect of the tall building guideline talks about podium height and really says that the podium should not be higher than the surrounding buildings in the neighborhood. The proposed building has a podium height of 18 meters, 4 stories, which is going to sit roughly 5 meters from 2-story home. So obviously there's a height mismatch there and it's not meeting it. So, I think I take from the tall building guidelines that it's quite clear that if it is not feasible to construct a tower on a site after applying the setbacks and the step backs, the site is likely too small for a tall building. And I think that's what we have here. So in conclusion, I don't believe that the proposed development provides a transition to the neighborhood. According to city policy and land use policy, it doesn't meet the requirements for set out in the tall building guidelines with respect to step backs and setbacks, and therefore I agree with it. Okay,
yeah, 5 minutes is up. Any questions for Deputy? Seeing none. Next, Kenneth Sharrett. Kenneth Sharrett. Yeah, 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
My name is Ken Sherrod. I also live in West Bend, just to the west of this tall tower. I'm speaking today on behalf of quite a large number of residents that have become aware in the last 3 or 4 weeks about this project and have a number of concerns. And David has enumerated certainly one of the major concerns. We've also as recently as last night, had a meeting of the West Bend Community Council made up of a number of people, people from Romero House, Mary Jo Letty, David White, a former alderman, and had a good discussion of this. And we all agree that we support the staff recommendation that this project should be refused as it currently stands. We had an excellent meeting after we learned about the project on September 16th and had about 250 people registered for that meeting, and many of them participated. It was a very good meeting, as these sorts of virtual meetings go. It was a great turnout, and the planner's report captures the content and the concerns expressed very, very well. So we're very pleased with the planner's report. The information that comes from that report is on page 14. I'm not going to go through it because it's very clearly stated. Our primary concern is that there's simply too much on too little on this site. And that there's also the concern that there doesn't seem to be any affordability in this project. A number of the people in the area have raised concerns that they're looking for housing for their children, and they didn't really see it in this development. I would just say a little bit about West Bend. We've had good turnouts in the past. We worked for 2.5 years back in 2010 to develop an avenue study. The avenue study was very explicit. This project does not fit into the recommendations of the avenue study. And the community has a long history of being involved in projects. Currently, members of the community are involved in a number of projects involving about 4,000 residential units in the area. Some have been just completed, some are under construction, and some are in the development pipeline. And we're working on those, and we would hope that that this project will get refused and come back for further discussion, because it's only been in the community a very short period of time. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Any questions for Kenneth? Seeing none, thank you. Councilor Perks?
Yeah, no questions.
Okay.
No questions.
You want to move the...
So I'm going to move the staff recommendation to refuse, and I'd like to take just a couple minutes of committee's time to understand what is going on here, because it is truly ludicrous. If you've ever traveled on Dundas, you know there's that intersection at Bloor. If you go a couple blocks north, you'll see on one side of Dundas, there's some houses and I think a 4 or 5 story building, and it's like that. That's the built form there. And for years, the city has had it in its policy that that section of Dundas is perhaps an appropriate site for mid-rise buildings. That's sort of the thought we had. Then the province comes along and creates major transit station areas, and they draw this circle around it. And they say, you should do some more development in here, and you have to have a minimum amount of density and jobs in that area. We did that exercise. Guess what? We're already past that minimum number. And we submitted to the province a description of where additional density should go, including the right to inclusionary zoning in those buildings. That submission has been sitting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for over a year now, if I'm correct. And the minister's made no decision. So we're in this thing where some developers just, think, well, it's open season. The minister hasn't made any decisions and, it's near a subway station. And then you get a proposal as bad as this one. Literally in an area that at best could take a mid-rise building, you've got a proposal for a 20-story building on a site that is too small to have a tall tower. It is not something that any professional planner should put their name to. And I've actually communicated to the consulting planner for the applicant, Bousfields, that in my opinion, they've very badly harmed their professional reputation as planners signing their name to this. That's how bad I think this one is. I have never said that to a planning firm ever before in my life, and I hope to never have to again. This is just bad planning, period, end of sentence. And the community understands that too. As Ken said, we had 250 people come out to a planning meeting. I haven't seen numbers like that in my entire time as an elected official. How many? 250. What? Yes, 250 people came out. That's how crazy, no, it was virtual. But that's how crazy this proposal is. And I want us all to be aware that the provincial government has created such chaos and uncertainty in the planning field that app developers feel that they can bring this in and not be laughed out of the room. Well, we did laugh them out of the room, and I hope to laugh them out of this one as well. And I hope when they wind up in front of the OLT, they get laughed out of that room too. I mean, really, we have to have some commitment to the idea that land use planning has a public interest lens on it. And it's not just telling property owners they can build any crazy thing they feel like. So this is an important line for us to draw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. So all those in favor of refusal? Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 17.34, traffic calming speed hump and speed bumps, West Parkdale neighborhood. We have deputants on this item. Kathy Allen. I just called that. Did I just?
We're in 3-5.
3-5, sorry. Okay. Okay, we dealt with that one, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. T 17.35, traffic calming speed hump, Parkside Drive study. And we do have deputants in this item as well. Second. Mark Bracken, are you here? Mark Bracken? Online? No?
Nobody's online.
Daniel Wigder? No? Okay, Councillor Perks?
Thank you. I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations. Members, as you may know, earlier this week, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee approved the installation of bike lanes on Parkside Drive, an unbelievably important intervention to make a neighborhood that has houses on one side of the street and a park on the other side of the street actually safe. This is one of the most dangerous sections of roadway through a neighborhood in the city of Toronto, and we have been working so hard with the community and city staff to try to make it safe. And this is a necessary bike lane. And quite frankly, I'm alarmed that the least competent transportation planners in Canada, the cabinet of the provincial government of Ontario, have threatened to intervene here. The report you have in front of you is a companion to that bike infrastructure in putting in some traffic calming measures in the surrounding area to make sure that any traffic infiltration doesn't impact the safety of those residential streets. So I encourage you all to support the excellent work done by people who actually know how to do transportation planning, the transportation staff at the City of Toronto.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I just want to speak briefly to add my support to Councillor Perks's words. We're talking here about a crucial right that people have to move around this city by whatever means they choose, including bicycles and walking in a way where we do our duty of care to the public to keep them safe. We need these bike lanes, we need this traffic calming to create opportunities to fight congestion by creating safe ways to take an alternative to one person, one vehicle on our streets. And this is really important work. It's about the public health, it's about climate, it's about Vision Zero. I can't think of anything that's more important to fulfilling the obligations that we've set for ourselves in such a practical and cost-effective way. It's good governance, and all the evidence says so. Thanks.
Thank you. I was in Copenhagen 2 weeks ago, and 90% of the population ride bikes, and they build infrastructure for that. And they're healthier for it. It was a Healthy Cities Conference talking about bicycles. And environmentally friendly. Yes, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Next item is T 17.39, intersection safety review, Bloor Street West and Dufferin Street. We do have one deputant that's online. Adam Rogers, you here?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay. So first off, I did want to thank councilors for passing and for actually amending the construction zone bike lane motion. I think making it citywide is the right idea because us folks who, like myself, live in Etobicoke do have the same problems as folks downtown. So I'm glad we've added this. Now, the question might be, why does someone from Etobicoke want to speak about an intersection at Bloor and Dufferin? Well, there's many reasons, but the fundamental reason is that our streets are unfortunately not safe. And we've seen multiple incidences across the city where folks, both pedestrians and cyclists, have been injured or killed at intersections. I think it is a bit unfortunate that a city councilor needs to take a motion to community council to get what should be a mandatory requirement for any injury or death at an intersection. It should be immediately a safety review of that location. And I don't want to say anything disparaging about the staff. The staff does a great job. I think this is just something we need to do. If there's an injury or there's a death, be it cyclist, be it pedestrian, be it car driver, as we've seen in Parkside, to bring up Councillor Perk's ward, there should be an immediate review of that intersection for safety. So I strongly support this initiative. I also want to say, the reason I bring this up is my great concern. We have a premier who's mentioned 3 bike lanes, University, Yonge, and Bloor Street to pull out. Bloor Street. We are going to look through this intersection, and we might lose a protected bike lane on Bloor and Dufferin. I took this bike lane with my 3-year-old daughter yesterday to attend the Rally for Safe Streets, which, if anyone has a moment to watch, the final speaker at that rally lost a sister in Newmarket. This was a very deeply moving speech, and I recommend everyone. And this is important because cycle lanes are for not just for protecting cyclists, they're for protecting pedestrians, they're protecting drivers. They reduce the speed, and as we know, the higher the speed, the greater the risk. Now, I want to end this with one last comment. I want to bring up a comment from someone who, a member of this committee. I'm just going to read this quote. Smart and sensible bike infrastructure requires time and hard work to build trust. We put that work in on Danforth, but it didn't happen at Bloor West. This is not a black and white issue. Instead, this is not black and white. Instead, we need to plan carefully, engage with the community on a case-by-case basis. We need to listen to residents and not ignore concerns and gaslight them. That's interesting. Let's contrast this with our federal, provincial government said. Okay, so as he left a Progressive Conservative Caucus meeting on Queen's Park on Tuesday, Premier Doug Ford told Globe News what government has already identified 3 routes to be targeted for removal. The 3 routes that stand out is Bloor Street, Yonge Street, and Hospital Road, University Avenue. Asked whether the government wanted certain criteria to be met before removing these lanes, Ford said, no. No criteria, no data, nothing. This is absurd. We're talking about people's lives here. We're talking about safe streets for my child, for myself, my family. And this, unfortunately, we've already seen just south of this location, a young cyclist was killed. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, another young cyclist was killed on my ward. Another young cyclist was killed on Burnhamthorpe Road. And before the Bloor bike lane was installed, a senior citizen on their morning walk in 2003 was killed by a hit-and-run driver who eventually turned themselves into 22 Division. This is not about bikes. This is about safe streets. This is about people's lives. Safe streets for pedestrians, safe streets for cyclists, safe streets for drivers. This is for safe streets for families. I commend the councillor for bringing this forward. But this needs to be the default for every accident intersection. As we know, these are the most dangerous parts of our road. I thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry for my passion, but this particular issue hits very close to home. And after listening to these folks who've lost loved ones on the streets of the GTA, I couldn't help but speak to this issue. I hope you strongly support this, and perhaps we move away from the empty rhetoric some of our politicians say about our safe streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none. Councilor Bravo, this is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This is indeed hitting very close to home for me in Davenport. Pedestrians, cyclists have for very many years complained about safety challenges at Bloor and Dufferin, from curb radius is too wide to vehicles ignoring signage because of a lack of physical separation and infrastructure. While we've been working around construction management for massive developments that are happening along Dufferin, this particular motion was prompted by an incident in August when a truck collided with a cyclist, and it was a tipping point for us. Staff have made previous attempts valiantly to mitigate some of these problems, including swapping signage and introducing turn restrictions. But these changes up to now have been done in pieces and not part of a wider plan. And we need this at Dufferin and Bloor because we have at Dufferin and Dupont a huge development with multiple towers. We have a huge development with multiple towers at Dufferin and Bloor, and then just south of there at Dufferin Mall, yet another development. So we're adding thousands of people in very constrained space in situations where the sidewalk can hardly hold pedestrians, and in addition, a very used bike corridor which connects east and west in our city. So safety is paramount. This motion directs two actions. The first is to conduct a comprehensive safety review, essentially looking at everything all at once, not one piece at a time, and proposing some short-term improvements so that we can get started immediately on improving safety conditions for pedestrians and cyclists. The second part, city staff working on Rapid TO, which is the dedicated bike lanes, to start investigating immediately geometric safety improvements, physical infrastructure changes, including curb radius reductions that could be installed at the Dufferin-Bloor intersection as part of the accelerated implementation program. As you'll recall, members, Dufferin is a prioritized Rapid TO corridor in advance of FIFA. So this motion looks at long-term and short-term implications, and I know that members of this committee are very committed to ensuring that people are safe, and I appreciate the interest from the deputant who is not from Davenport, but who is looking to these kind of holistic approaches for how this could be done in different parts of the city to advance our Vision Zero, Transform TO, and other goals. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Rex in her letter.
Yeah,
all those in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 17.40, permit parking, Annette Street. Councilor Perks.
Yeah, I understand there's an amendment.
There we go. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
That was so easy.
Okay. Clearly, I want to get out of here. Okay, two more items. TE 17.59, accessible loading zone, Kimberly Avenue. Councilor Bradford would like to move the Rex in his letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 17.60, park amendment, Amroth Avenue. Councilor Bradford would like to move the Rex in his letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And that bill 1077 to 1099, 1102 to 1103, and 1130 to 1136, prepared for the October 24, 2024 meeting 17 of the Toronto and East York Community Council, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 17 on October 24, 2024, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that's the end of our meeting. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. And we did it.